and have some ideas of how to counter. Who? Jensen then gestured to the officer to his right. May I present to you my first officer, Ikazuchi. I believe she will be able to explain fully why we should not proceed with a full-scale assault. This made the Tarak men gasp in horror while the Megele women gasped in disbelief. A man was actually suggesting to let a woman plan out the attack. Ika found herself in a state of shock as her captain motioned for her stand in front of Grandpa and the War Council. It was true that she didn't agree with using all of their forces to repel the invasion, but for her captain to suggest that she give her opinions to the council was absolutely unbelievable. Jensen gave her a reassuring smile and waited for her to rise from her seat. As Ika gazed into the blue depths of her commander, she felt a confidence rising within her. She gave him a nod and rose to face the leader of Tarak and the former ruler of Megele. Then she spoke out some time later. You wanted to speak with me, Commander? Ika nodded as she walked into the captain's office and sat down in front of his desk. She took a deep breath and paused for a moment to collect her thoughts. She then said, Captain, I would like to talk about what happened at the conference today. I would like to know why I spoke out against the War Council and suggested that you explain the reasons. Jensen finished. Sean nodded vigorously. Yes. It's quite simple, Commander Sean. Jensen replied with a slight grin. While the upper brass were all gung-ho on taking the Radam head-on, I saw by your expression that you agreed with my opinion to meet the enemy with caution. You know as well as I do, that the Radam are after the men to turn them into Tekkaman. Bringing out a large force would give the enemy an excellent opportunity to capture some of our number. Even with General Order 75 Omega, there's no sure guarantee that we'll be able to prevent them from taking anyone. Furthermore, if something goes wrong and we lose a large part if not all of our ships and men, then Tarak will be left defenseless. I see. But even though I agreed with your opinions, I didn't expect you to have me suggest the plan of repelling the invasion, much less have the rest of the War Council go along with it. That's all so easy to explain. Dar said. I read over your combat record and tactical ability. You're very insightful when it comes to countering enemy maneuvers, and your previous experience with the Radam is also in your favor. It would have been a waste not to use that expertise, since the representatives from the Nirvana supported your opinions. That gave your ideas merit on how to handle the Radam. And when that Tekkaman Slade powered up and transformed, even those stubborn idiots from the Tarak brass listened. Jensen chuckled a bit at the memory. I still can't believe that they're all going with my suggestions, especially with those from Tarak. And I still can't believe that you, Commander. The Fireheart's captain stood up and looked her in the eyes. It's not a question of gender that I judge any of my new recruits. It's a question of ability and whether or not the person can do the job. I make it a point to give each new crew member a chance to prove his or her worth. If you can't do that, then you have no business whatsoever to be on the Fireheart. which is why I decided to let you show those pompous admirals and commodores what you are capable of. This also to help smooth things over between the genders and promote more cooperation. We need that unity if we are to defeat the Radam. Does that answer all of your questions? Ika nodded, then asked, "Oh, and speaking of giving each person a chance to prove his or her worth, I was wondering if you were wondering about Engineer First Class Slade, correct? I've been considering about her current punishment. As of now, her punishment is to be temporarily suspended during the course of this operation and she will be on probation. If her conduct and performance is satisfactory, then she will be reinstated to her normal position with all privileges restored." "Thank you, Captain." Jensendar nodded as he then reached for the general comm button on his desk's console. He then addressed the crew. "Attention all hands. Attention all hands. This is the captain speaking. The Fireheart has just received orders to take part in a major offensive against the enemy. All leaves and disciplinary actions are to be postponed until after the operation is over. All hands to your stations. We are on combat alert. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. It's time we show the enemy why the Fireheart is the point of Grandpa's knife ! Double quote in her quarters. Slade stared at the intercom in amazement. All of a sudden, she was no longer hauling garbage. She shook herself out of her stupor as she quickly hauled out her coveralls and prepared to meet with the rest of the engineering staff. At the same time, on the bridge of the Nirvana, Magno and her crew were also preparing to move out. As she sat in her chair, she thought back fondly to the tactical conference. She was very impressed with Jensendar and how he defended the opinions and ideas of his Megele first officer. Then, when the more obstinate Tarak officers started to protest, they immediately became silent when Slade transformed. That allowed Ikazuchi to fully explain her ideas on how to meet with the enemy, and even the male officers had to agree that her tactics were brilliant. In the end, the full-scale attack was barely outvoted in favor of Sean's counter-attack plan. Now, the alliance between Tarak and Megele would soon be tested in the heat of combat. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! This was a long one and I needed to break it somewhere. In the final part of Chapter 12, we'll see the men and women in their most intense confrontation with the Radam, and we'll also see some more development between Slade and the girls. We'll also get another surprise as well. See you there. 1. Dress size 8. Of course the men of Tarak don't know anything about dresses. Asterisk Chapter 31 Asterisk Chapter 12 Part 4 Battle of K97 Tekkadread. The second stage. Disclaimer: all the characters mentioned in this story belong to their respective creators and I'm just writing for fun. Thoughts italic and bold. Captain's Log Chapter 12 Part 4 Battle of K97. On the bridge of the Fireheart, Captain Jensendar sat in his command chair and thought back to the most recent entry he had made in his log. His thoughts also turned back to the time of the tactical conference. A captain's log, Entry 4991, Mission Date 877, acting on the suggestions from my first officer, Lieutenant Commander Ikazuchi. The War Council had implemented the following modifications to Operation 94-96, in preparation for the approaching Radam invasion force heading towards Station Key 97. 1. The task force being sent out to meet with the invaders will consist of no more than 2 heavy carriers, 3 carriers/cruisers, including the Fireheart, and a defensive screen of 6 destroyers and the former Ikazuchi, now known as the Nirvana. The initial plan to have the bulk of the fleet sent out to meet the enemy has been rejected due to the possibility that the Radam forces may be greater than what was originally reported, and leaving Tarak defenseless. 2. An auxiliary force of 3 heavy battle wagons and 2 heavy cruisers will remain on standby in the inner regions of the Tarak system and will be contacted if needed for support. The remainder of the fleet will maintain their defensive positions around Tarak's planetary orbit. 3. The main objective will be the reported 4 Radam carriers and any other threat to Station Key 97. My first officer agrees with my opinion that a concentrated strike at the objectives only would be more effective than a general head-on confrontation. Lieutenant Commander Sean has also implemented several contingency plans should the enemy employ any surprise tactics or added numbers. Since we will be essentially outnumbered using these tactics, the Fireheart, Nirvana and all other ships in the operation will be governed by the principle of calculated risk, in which all commanders will interpret to mean the avoidance of exposure of their force to attack by superior enemy forces, without good prospect of inflicting, as a result of such exposure, greater damage to the enemy. Long live Grandpa and Grandma. Captain Jensen and log entry. The thoughts of the captain of the Fireheart came back to the present as Ika approached him and saluted. There was a fire in her eyes and a sense of determination emanating from her very being. It was clear that she was feeling the same as all the other women when they learned that Megele was lost forever. They wanted to avenge their home planet and pay the Radam back 1 billion-fold. Captain, all ships had reported in and are now heading toward the rendezvous point. The Fireheart is ready to get underway with the Nirvana, and the heavy carriers Sunburst and Talon. The cruisers/carriers Battlescar and Bloodfang are with the destroyer complement and support vessels. They will meet with us in 5 hours. The location and the name of the rendezvous point. Ika paused for a moment, then replied. The location is at Gamma 49, and the code name was suggested by one of Grandpa's aides. The rendezvous spot was given the designation of Point Luck. She then took the second-in-command's chair beside the captain's. Dar gazed at the female officer for a long while, then said, "Sounds like some damned prayer, but it's appropriate." He swiveled his chair toward the front of the bridge. "Helmsman, take us out." Sir! Double quote out in space. The carrier/cruiser Fireheart began moving out from its normal standby position at Space Dock 42 in orbit near the command satellite. Unlike the box-like shapes of the heavy and medium cruisers, and the slender, arrow-shaped destroyers. Jensen's vessel was like a combination of the two. From the bow of the ship to the midsection, the Fireheart was tapered with a flat runway on both sides to launch and retrieve fighters. From the midsection toward the stern, the ship took on a cube-like design which had two huge, four-barreled, particle beam turrets mounted one on top of the other on a staggered slope facing forward. In the rear were the main warp and impulse drives, mounted on four nacelles. Situated behind the turrets was a short superstructure which housed the main bridge. On the underbelly was another particle beam turret to protect below and behind the ship. Located in strategic areas all over the ship were 48 dual-barreled electron pulse guns, 24 ion burst guns, 18 hyper-impact cannons, 16 quad missile launchers, and 4 quantum torpedo tubes in the front, 2 in the aft, and 2 on either side. And of course, the Fireheart also had the 152nd Vanguard platoon of the Space Marines, better known as the Broad Brigade. A new modification to the Fireheart was the addition of a launching bay in the underbelly, which now housed a squadron of dread fighters. The upper flight decks had also been adapted to launch and retrieve dreads, as well as vanguards. In addition to the 12 crew members that had transferred from the Crimson Twilight, including his first officer, Jensen Dart had also accepted a contingent of dread pilots who had volunteered to serve alongside Ika and her compatriots. These women were a mixture of Megele pirates and military. In all, Dar was in command of 650 personnel on his ship, with overall authority among the 6,700 men and women in the strike force, and he was going to need every one of them as the Fireheart headed toward the rendezvous point. As he watched the main view screen in deep contemplation, his first officer's thoughts also drifted back to the time of the tactical conference flashback. Ika-chan was more than a little nervous as she stood before the tactical display table while the War Council looked on. To be given the right to speak and the opportunity to prove her tactical ability before the men and her superiors in the Megele military had not been expected. She glanced toward her captain, who gave her an encouraging nod. She then took a deep breath and started to explain her plan to push back the Radam invasion force. Members of the Allied War Council, it is of my opinion, and that of Captain Jensen Dar, that the Radam's intended assault of Station K-97 has its own ulterior motives. Though the capture of the station would provide the Radam with a strategic position in order to launch direct attacks against Tarak, the invasion force in itself may be an elaborate trap. A trap? One of the Tarak admirals said with a condescending tone. Ika nodded, ignoring the man's sarcasm. Though we all know that the Radam forces are not infinite, they still possess a numerical advantage over our combined forces. The enemy has sent out a considerable assault force to take Station K-97 and we must respond in order to prevent it from falling. It is also a good opportunity to reduce their numbers, which is the reason why we should send out all of our forces to crush them. An impetuous captain from Tarak cried out. Ika shook her head. No. That may be what the Radam want us to do. That statement quieted the officer as Grandpa spoke. Explain yourself, Lieutenant Commander. Ika took another deep breath as she addressed the Supreme Ruler of Tarak. Grandpa, I had been informed by my captain that you had recently issued General Order 75 Omega. The elderly man paused for a long while before replying. You are correct. And it is also my understanding that the reason you issued the order was to prevent the capture of any man from Tarak, for fear that he might be turned into a Tekkaman to be used against us. Correct. However, each and every Tarak officer is to execute that order as an absolute last resort. I do not care to throw away good men's lives. Indeed, however, as Captain Jensen also informed me, General Order 75 Omega works against us as well as the Radam. It will cost us valuable crews and material, not to mention leave our enemies with less to contend with later on. Furthermore, sending out the bulk of our fleet would give the enemy a far greater chance to capture some of their number, or at the very least reduce our fighting forces. It would be a terrible waste. A waste, you say? Grandpa said with a knowing tone. Yes. She bowed her head slightly in embarrassment before continuing. If there's anything I've learned from serving aboard the Fireheart, it's that being wasteful is a crime on Tarak. And in this case, we can ill afford using so much to deal with a relatively small force, when we must save our resources for the larger battles ahead. Therefore, I propose that we only send out a limited number of ships and fighters to turn back the Radam assault on K-97. In other words, we use just enough to do the job. This statement caught everyone by surprise, especially the men of Tarak. To think that a Megele woman would actually raise their way of living and take such conservative measures. Then, many of the admirals and commodores became a bit ashamed at their previous plan of sending out the entire fleet, which made them feel wasteful. I then used an beam to wonder at the tactical display. My proposal is to use focused attacks on the Radam carriers. Their main attack potential is in their spider crab hordes, and if can take the carriers out and their manufacturing facilities, then we can drive the Radam back and give our forces more time to build up for the eventual invasion of Tarak. I suggest that we position a counter-strike force at these coordinates, where the quantum wave interference will mask our presence, and we will be able to attack them once they begin attacking K-97. Interesting. A bearded vice admiral commented. So what you're proposing is that we bushwhack them. Not bad. I like that. Bushwhack? The silver-haired female repeated in confusion. Radam approached her and tapped Ika on her shoulder. When she looked over her shoulder, he explained the term. It's an old term, ambush tactic. They still use that term when hunting Shuri. They place bait out, and when the Shuri attack it, the hunter comes out, normally from a bush, and kill it from behind while it's occupied. He then addressed the War Council. I believe that my first officer's plan is more feasible than a head-on confrontation. We can send more supplies to bolster up K-97 single quote S defenses, and force the Radam to deploy a large number if not all of their spider crabs. This will leave their carriers more vulnerable to our counter-strike forces. We can trap them between two sides and cut them off. He turned back to Ika. At about sum it up. Ika grudgingly smiled at her superior's summation of her plan. Then she heard another sneering voice. Not bad for a woman. So what are you going to do if the Radam deploy their Tekkaman? Everyone turned their attention to a greasy-looking lieutenant commander who was one of the hardcore woman haters. He gave Ika an arrogant smirk as he believed he had found the loophole to her plan. Grandpa gave the officer a harsh glare which cowed him. Then addressed Ika. He does raise a valid point. Though your plan has merit, you have yet to explain how to deal with the possibility that we might encounter Saber or the other Radam Tekkaman. Just as Ika was about to respond, Slade stepped forward while holding out his crystal. He raised it aloft and shouted, "Tekkadread." In a flash, he became a Tekkaman, capturing the attention of all those around him. There was a long silence before he finally spoke. I guess that's where the Nirvana comes in. Right ? Double quote end of flashback. After that display, the War Council immediately became anxious to listen to the rest of Ika's plans. In the end, when it was put to a vote, her plans won by a 50-to majority. Now it was going to be up to fate whether or not the right choice was made. On board the Nirvana, Slade bench pressed several tons in the gym, as he mentally prepared himself for the coming battle. This would be the first major engagement since that incident with Saber. The stakes would be high, and this would actually be the first time he and the Megele pirates would be on the offensive, instead of waiting for the enemy to attack. Slade and two of the other Tekkaman would be used as backup in case Saber or any of the other henchmen of Tekkaman's would appear. Though it would have been safer to bring all of the Nirvana's Tekkaman with them, it was decided that some of them had to stay behind in order to defend Tarak should the operation fail. Magno's, or rather Nodoka's son Slade, was the obvious choice, due to his experience with both the Harvesters and the Radam, plus his leadership with the Warrior Squadron, which incidentally would be working with the Broad Brigade. As for the rest, they wanted to take part, but some couldn't do other responsibilities. Galileo and Viper-san aka Tekkaman Phantom had eagerly volunteered. His stealth abilities would prove very full in the planned ambush against the Radam. Guero had to decline due to his position as a doctor first and a Tekkaman second. He also had to assist his father in training the Tarak ground forces for the eventual invasion. Barren would lead the sum of the Dread squadrons, since she couldn't form Tekkadread blade without the physician. Mia, though she wanted to take part in the attack, had to stay behind and oversee the preparations at Heaven's Haven. Juro would not be going as well, since she had been elected by Grandma to act as a kind of liaison for the Megele civilians, who were trying to adapt to life on Tarak. Her experience with living alongside men would be essential to smooth over any cultural shocks. That left only Dida. Though she was less experienced than the others in using her Tekkaman abilities, Slade needed someone who was familiar with the battle tactics of the Nirvana and could work alongside the vanguards. He felt that she needed more combat experience and there was no time like the present to get acclimated. Though he was somewhat uneasy in letting her take part in such an important mission, he knew that he could depend on her when the chips were down. And after all this time, he had really gotten used to her bubbly personality, and Slade had started to notice some other things about her. Just as he finished with his reps and sat up, the very same person he had been thinking of came into the gym. She was wearing her standard outfit and had a bit of an apprehensive look about her. Slade nodded to her as he wiped his forehead with a towel. He beckoned for her to approach. She nodded to him and walked toward him, then sat down beside him on a nearby bench press station. "Mr. Alien?" Slade let off a tired sigh and shook his head. "You know, it's been a while since you called me that, and it's still really annoying. Sorry, old habits die hard. Why did you call me that? You've got to know by now that men aren't aliens." "I know. I knew even before I met you." Slade was taken by surprise by her admission. Normally, she would appear as a flighty airhead, but now she was showing a kind of seriousness that seemed out of place. "You did? Then why did you keep calling me that?" Dinah twiddled her fingers in her lap while she looked down at them. She then replied, "Well, I had never met a man face to face before, so I guess in a way, you were an alien to me. And you were so strong and brave, with real superpowers. No one else had them, so can you really blame me for thinking you were an alien?" The white Tekkaman considered her words, and nodded. "I guess you've got a point there. Tekkaman aren't exactly commonplace. And there was another reason why I called you Mr. Alien." "What was it?" Dinah's face took on a deep blush. "Well, it was my special name for you." "Special name?" "Yes." "What do you mean?" The redhead paused for a long time before replying. "Anyone can call you Slade or Ranma. But I was the only one who called you Mr. Alien and that made me feel special and I thought that maybe that made me special to you." She winced at her admission and quickly said, "I'm sorry. That must have sounded really stupid." Slade shook his head and patted her shoulder a bit. "No. You don't need to call me Mr. Alien just to feel special, because you are special. I am." He gave her a small smile. "Yes, you are. Even if you had never become a Tekkaman, there's doubt in my mind that you are special. You are always looking on the bright side and you're very dependable when I needed you to be. You were always there to pick up everyone else's spirit, even when they didn't want it, but needed it. And I'm glad that you'll be fighting with me on this mission." This statement picked up her spirits as some of her cheerfulness came back to her. "Really? That's great. I'm really nervous about going up against the enemy without Mia and Jura going with us." "You'll do fine, Dinah. It's natural to be nervous when going into battle. I'll be there to help you and so will Galeon." "Thank you, Mr. Slade. At a girl." There was another long pause before Dinah changed the subject. Slade. Yeah? I was wondering when we beat the bad aliens, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave us? Well, I'm not too sure. I haven't really thought about it much. I don't really have any place to go. I have no home. What about your mother, I mean, the captain? Slade shrugged his shoulders a bit. Well, she and I are getting along and all, but I really haven't thought about staying with her after the war is over. I've been mostly alone for as long as I can remember. Even when I was Ranma and training with my good-for-nothing father, I had to do just everything by myself, and it was hell. Then, when I awoke as a Tekkaman, centuries later, I found that there was no home for me on Earth. By that time, it was the Harvester's world. So I headed out into space, trying to find my place in the universe, jumping from planet to planet. I never stayed long in one place, but you already know that. Yes. Dinah nodded as she remembered back to when he had told her about his previous voyages before coming aboard the Nirvana. So does this mean that you're planning to go back out into space after we beat the bad aliens? I don't see anything else I can do or where I can go. Like I said, I had no home. There was another long pause between them before Dinah finally spoke in a quiet voice. Maybe you can call my home your home. This caught Slade by surprise. Huh? Dinah's cheeks blushed as looked into his eyes. She gave him a shy smile. What I mean is you don't have anyone or any place to return to, right? So I was thinking that maybe you could find a home with me. What? It was at that time, the red-haired girl decided to be bold and show the object of her affections the scope of her feelings toward him. She leaned forward until her face was just a scant few inches from his. She framed his face with her hands and said, "It is said that home is where the heart island well, you can call my heart your home." It was then that she leaned even further toward him and their lips met. Taken by surprise, the white Tekkaman made no move and let the kiss happen. His thoughts raced as he started to consider her unspoken offer, and he had to admit, it didn't seem all that bad. Then his mind pictured images of Jura and Mia. He also saw the faces of Yukio and Jusenkyo. When he and Dinah finally broke off their osculation, his face held an expression of uncertainty. The young Tekkaman known as Sapphire nodded in understanding as she stood up. She gave him a comforting smile and said, "I know. You don't have to give me an answer right now. I can wait. I just wanted to let you know how I felt about you and that you'll always have a place to go to when you need it." She gave still confused Tekkaman a wink as she stood up and walked out of the gym dock on the Nirvana's flight deck. Perfect nodded as her engineering team finished with the final adjustments to the Dread Fighters and the Vandreads. During the last week, she had worked with the Tarak and Megele forces to implement the technological countermeasures and weapons the pirates had developed against the Harvesters and the Radam. A large number of the Tarak fighters were now armed with quantum energy rifles, while the Megele pilots had Tekka suits for auxiliary firepower. There was also another innovation Parfait had developed recently which would play a big part in Ikazuchi's plan. It was still in the experimental stage and there was no time for testing. It would get its baptism of fire in the coming battle. The dreads of the task force were being outfitted with new augmentation units which were being attached to their undersides. They were armed with extra missile launchers and a special surprise for the Radam. However, in order for it to work, men and women would have to cooperate or perish under Tekkaman's rule. The brown-haired girl sighed as she watched her work crews labor about. She then began thinking about Puero and how he would not be going with them this time. Then she looked toward Barnet's dread where her arrival for the doctor's affections was going though her own preparations for the coming battle. Things were going to get very intense. 5 hours later, on the Fireheart, Captain, we had just arrived at Point Luck. Ikazuchi as the ship began converging with the other vessels of the task force. They were several parsecs from Station Key 97 where it was reasoned that the Radam invasion fleet would appear, since it had the least amount of quantum energy interference. It would be here that the combined forces of Megele and Tarak would lie in wait. However, the area they would meet with the enemy was vast and there was still the possibility that Tekkaman's forces might come out in another location. Therefore, the task force was spread out with several squadrons of dreads flying recon. Now, all they could do was wait in the engineering section. Saloma took a deep breath to steady her nerves as she worked at her station near one of the ship's fusion drive reactors. This was the first time since coming aboard the Fireheart that she was given relatively unsupervised access to the control systems. Ever since that incident with the tear gas in the ventilation ducts, most of the men in engineering were wary of letting her near any of the vital machinery and circuitry. For the most part, whenever she performed her duties, one of the engineers would keep a close watch on her to make certain that she didn't try anything other than what was required to keep the vessel running. The head engineer, Willard Sola, nodded as he watched the new recruit from afar. He had to admit that she possessed some considerable engineering talent. After that debacle with the tear gas, he had secretly studied her modifications and conceded to himself that they were exceptional, though somewhat haphazard. The ideas were innovative, but she needed guidance. She was energetic, but also required to be cautious when pursuing a new idea or invention, especially when it concerned the safety of the crew. The Fireheart's head engineer had read her record and was impressed. Before the Crimson Twilight's self-destruction, Saloma had been considered as a kind of engineering genius, and it had made some remarkable modifications and makeshift repairs that would have made a Tarak maintenance crew proud. With only improvised parts and ingenuity, she had saved her vessel from destruction several times. In a society that was known for wasting resources, her inventiveness was rare and refreshing. Now that she would be given a chance to show her full potential, Willard was actually looking forward to what she was really capable of. Some time later, Jensen sat in his office and contemplated the coming battle as he read over the strategy that Ika had laid out. At that moment, His first officer entered. "Captain, come in, Commander." Dar motioned for her to sit in front of his desk as he brought up the holographic display of the surrounding sector. "Report." The Megele woman nodded as she saluted him and sat down. "Our reconnaissance groups haven't spotted the enemy fleet yet." The Tarak captain nodded. "I didn't expect them to find anything so soon." He gestured to an area on the screen. "There's a lot of area to cover and the Radam can show up anywhere in this sector. It's where the quantum energy interference is the lowest. We can't do anything but wait. Personally, I don't like the idea of waiting for our opponents to attack our people, but in order for this plan to work, we need to lure the Radam in. But I suppose that's war." "Yes," the silver-haired female agreed. "By the way, Commander, I'm a little curious. Whatever gave you the idea for an ambush?" Ika was silent for a very long time before finally responding. "I was once the victim of an ambush. I learned firsthand how a smaller, less powerful foe can defeat a larger and stronger one by deception, and catching the enemy off guard." "Really?" Jensen thought back to what he had read in her combat record, then made the connection. "This wouldn't happen to be that incident that cost you a promotion 2 years ago, would it?" John's expression tightened a bit, then relaxed as she let off a sigh. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you. You're right. That incident did cost me a promotion. The Megele High Command was not happy that I lost to a Tarak destroyer that was all but helpless. Or so I thought. I was overconfident, and that robbed me of the victory. They faked being helpless to draw us in closer. They were not as damaged as we had believed. Then they deceived us with plasma mines and an EMP bomb. Before we knew it, they disabled the Crimson Twilight and had the opportunity to destroy us. It was just by pure luck that they decided to spare us and leave." Jensen Dar hid his expression well as his first officer related the story. He knew at that moment which Tarak destroyer had defeated her. Talk about one of life's great twists. Ika continued with her explanations. "I suppose it's ironic that I'm serving aboard a vessel that bears the same name as the one that defeated me. I looked up the records of the previous ship that was called the Fireheart, but I could not find the name of the officer who defeated me. And what will you do if you ever find this person?" "Well, a part of me is angry at him for costing me my promotion to captain, but another part can't help but admire him for outmaneuvering me. His playing dead tactic was the perfect bait. And when the EMP bomb disabled my ship's sensors, he came in from behind and—" "What was that phrase again?" "Bushwhack?" "Yes, that's it. He came up from behind and bushwhacked me." "So are you still angry at him? Do you still want revenge?" "I don't know. Now that my people and yours are working together, harboring a grudge against him seems to be pointless. What I know for certain is that I want to meet with him face to face. I want to know what kind of person he is, and I've learned on this ship not to judge solely on outside appearances and that I should not make any judgments until I know all the facts." "I see." Jensen considered the woman in front of him and made a decision. Well, if that's how you feel, then it might be good for you to know that this person you are looking for may be closer than you think. What do you mean? Before he could answer, the intercom buzzed to life. Captain Dar. Yes? The enemy has been located. The Tarak nodded and immediately switched on his intercom. All hands, general quarters. Man your battle stations. Man your battle stations. He then looked back at his first officer. I'm afraid that we'll have to finish this conversation later. Understood, Captain. Double quote. Sirens went off on the fire hard as the crew quickly headed toward their positions to prepare for the coming battle. In the hangar decks, the Vanguard and Dread pilots began readying their fighters. In the main ordnance bays, men worked intensely to load the missile and torpedo launchers. The main guns were prepped to fire, as well as the secondary batteries. In less than a minute, the Pride of Grandpa's knife was prepared for action. On board the Nirvana and the other ships of the task force, similar actions were taking place as the first of the recon fighters were returning from their search. The Radam were starting their attack on K-97. It was now time to put Ika's plan in motion. Double quote. Status of the enemy location and movements. Ikazuchi and Ika took their seats in the bridge. The communications officer nodded to Jensen and replied. The Radam had been sighted at coordinates 994022 at point Delta 9. The attacking forces consisting of 2 of their carriers and several dozen support ships. Station K-97 single quote S defensive squadrons are currently engaged with the spider crabs, which number in excess of 500. To carriers, Ika said in puzzlement. Intelligence reported that there were 4 Radam carriers. Jensen nodded. I know. Looks like we figured right. These carriers are just the bait to lure us out. We have to respond in order to defend K-97, but that will most likely be the time the other 2 carriers will come out to trap us. And of course, we haven't heard of any sightings of the Radam Tekkaman. They'll most likely show up to bolster their spider crabs. But we do have our own Tekkaman to counter them. Yes, but there's the possibility that they may have planned for that. In any case, there are 2 definite targets that we can attack. It's time to make our move. Jensen turned to his communications officer. Send word to the carrier Sunburst, the cruiser/carriers Battle Scar and Bloodfang, and all of their support ships. Inform them that they are clear to engage the enemy. The Fireheart, Nirvana, Talon and all other ships will remain on standby. Sir! Double quote. On board the heavy carrier Sunburst, Commodore Jets Riken began issuing orders for the Dread fighters and Vanguards to scramble. As the sleek female craft launched off the carrier, they made a banking turn toward the underside of the ship to receive the male mecha. One of the new modifications to the Dreads was the addition of linking ports which allowed the Vanguards to dock with them. Dreads had the advantage in speed and range, so they would carry the men into battle like troop transports. Each Dread could accommodate 2 Vanguards. Once engaged with the enemy, the Tarak pilots would be ejected for close quarters combat and fire support. They would also add additional firepower and defensive measures while attached to the dreads. A squadron of Megele pirates streaked toward the launching bay as Vandreads were being catapulted into the starry void. Immediately, their dreads began adjusting their speed and trajectories to match that of the male machines. The Vandreads fired off their grappling cables to catch their respective partners. As they made contact, they reeled themselves into hookup with the dreads. In one dread, a red-haired Megele pirate nodded as her instruments indicated that her assigned partners had made contact with their grapple cables. As the two pulled themselves onto the attachment ports on top of her fighter just behind the cockpit, the pilots activated the magnetic clamps to secure themselves to her ship. Both Vandreads lay in the prone position as additional communication and power cables merged with the dread systems. The dread pirate smiled as her panel lit up with the extra power reserves and ammunition the Vandreads provided, which offset the increase in weight. Flying beside her, the rest of her squadron flawlessly performed the docking maneuvers and were now heading toward the battle zone out on Station K-97. The Radam forces were pounding the hell out of the defenders, but the men of Tarak refused to retreat nor surrender. As the hordes of spider crabs continued to descend toward them in waves, the defensive guns and missile batteries let loose with unending barrages of explosive projectiles, energy bolts and shells. Though they had their protective barrier up, the mindless monsters of the Radam swarmed all over like ravenous locusts. Some managed to get through and were met by the Vanguard pilots that were part of the garrison stationed there. As the spider crabs slowly began gaining the upper hand and the defenders were forced back, the reinforcements from the task force arrived. As the forces dived toward the melee, the Megele fighters began fast pace against the waves of spider crabs. In addition to their own armaments, the vanguards that were attached to their dreads began laying down defensive fire like protective gun turrets. As the dreads pulled away after making their attack runs, they disengaged their male counterparts to drop down on the beleaguered station, in order to support the crews against the Radam forces that had gotten through. Soon, there was a vicious, close-quarters conflict on the asteroid's surface as the men of Tarak went head-to-head with the alien horrors. Explosions erupted all over as pilots and spider crabs were slaughtered. Above them, dread fighters continued to provide cover, but they too were being hard-pressed to keep the enemy at bay. Casualties began to mount on both sides. However, with the added reinforcements, the crews of Station K-97 slowly started to force the Radam off the asteroid and back into space. As Tekkaman's forces fell back, the Megele and Tarak allied forces pressed the attack. Soon, the Radam spider crabs were in full retreat and headed back toward their carrier, with the dreads picking off the stragglers. It seemed that the humans had won the first round and one of the carriers of the Radam fleet, Axe and Dagger, watched the main view screen as the results of the initial attacks were displayed. As expected, the spider crabs were repulsed, but not without cost. The station's defenses were nearly annihilated and a good number of fighter pilots from the Dread and Vanguard squadrons had been drawn out and destroyed. Now it was time to tighten the noose. Oh, not a single Tarak man was taken prisoner. It wouldn't be long before Tekkaman had suitable candidates for the Tekkaman power process docked on the Fireheart's bridge. Jensen looked over the casualty figures and frowned slightly. Technically speaking, the objective of defending Station K97 and keeping it out of the Radam's control had been achieved, for the moment. However, a considerable number of pilots had been lost and the remaining fighters could not be recalled back to their carriers, since that would leave the station totally vulnerable. Its defensive units were depleted and it needed the fighter cover from the Dreads and Vanguards. As a result, they would have to remain where they were. The Tarak commander didn't like it. Already the overall Megele and Tarak forces were being divided and reduced. And even though the enemy could not replenish their numbers as quickly as they could on their home world, they could still replace what they had lost, while the human side only had a limited amount of resources and personnel. Aiko looked over the data beside him and nodded as she began thinking along the same lines. She gestured to a spot on the screen and said, "The Radam forces seem to be heading toward this sector over here after that strike on K97. That may be where their carriers might be." "It's possible," Jensen concurred. "But we don't know how many of their carriers are at that spot. And there's no guarantee that they're there at all. It could all be a trap to draw our forces into a place where they can ambush us." Ike nodded again. "Then why don't we send out a recon team to look over that sector? See what's out there?" "All right. But I want them out no more than 20 minutes so we can pull them back if we need them. Signal the Nirvana and the other cruisers/carriers to do the same. We have to knock out those carriers before they have a chance to regenerate more of those spider crabs." "I double quote on the Nirvana." Barnett nodded as she received orders from Magna to launch a reconnaissance squadron to search her sector of space. As she began prepping her fighter, she began feeling a sense of loneliness, as this would be the first time in a long while that she would be heading out on her own. Before meeting up with the good doctor, she and Jura had always flown together. Then, when she and Dwero had become Tekkadread Blade, the Dread fighter pilot had felt a sense of closeness and intimacy that she had never experienced before. The brunette put those thoughts aside and concentrated on the task at hand. The sooner this mission was over, the sooner she could see Dwero again. 15 minutes later, in a small sector of space just a few parsecs from Station K97, one of the recon teams was just at the edge of its search range when the squadron leader picked up the presence of one of the Radam carriers. She then began relaying her findings to the rest of her group and the strike force. Then she decided to take the initiative. Indigo Leader to Indigo Lane. Prepare to attack at coordinates 40 to 6927. This caused an uproar with both the men in the vanguards and the women in the Dread fighters. "Commander, we were ordered to perform recon, not engage the enemy. We have a prime opportunity here. The impetuous female insisted. That Radam carrier doesn't have any spider crab covered present, which means it's in the process of regenerating. If we turn back now, then we'll have to contend with it and more spider crabs when the fleet engages with them again. We have to take this chance now. There was a moment of silence among the squadron as they considered their leader's words. Then, one by one, each signaled their agreement to follow her into the attack, though the men voiced their misgivings about the idea of taking on the carrier. There was no turning back now aboard the Radam carrier. Tiger smiled as the small squadron began making its attack run. Though he and Axe would have preferred an assault from a larger force, this would be their first opportunity to capture some of the Tarak men. There were 15 dread fighters, each with 2 vanguards attached. That meant 30 potential subjects. Judging by how they fought during the attack on Station K-97, the female fighters would release the male Mecha to provide support cover while they made strafing and bombing runs. It would be a simple matter to separate the 2 genders, destroy the Megele fighters and take the Tarak men prisoner. As the first few dreads started closing in on the carrier, Axe gave the order to open fire with the carrier's defensive guns and to send out spider crabs to intercept. 2 hours later, Jensen sat in his captain's chair while in deep thought. It had been some time since Indigo Ling had reported the location of the Radam carrier. Then all communications were cut off as they had announced that they would attack the enemy. The Tarak man didn't like it. This was just playing into Tekkaman's hands, and he could only hope that the squadron was either successful in its attack or was able to escape without losing any of its pilots. Beside him, Ika gazed at her superior with some concern. Just as she was about to say something, the communications officer called out to the captain. "Captain, we've just received a transmission from Indigo Ling. They've just appeared in Sector X-29. On screen." Dar commanded. The officer nodded as he activated the main view screen. Jensen frowned as he saw only 5 badly damaged dread fighters and no vanguards. Then the image switched to the cockpit of the leader. The squadron leader had a sorrowful expression as she gave her a report. "Captain Jensen Dar, this is Lieutenant Willa Sims of Indigo's squadron." The Tarak commander gave her a stern glare as he said, "Lieutenant, you were under orders to perform reconnaissance, not to engage the enemy." The dread pilot nodded as she bowed her head in shame. "I apologize for my error in judgment. We engaged the enemy in the hopes that we could lessen the odds, but the carrier proved to be too much for us and we were forced to withdraw. I count only 5 of you. Does that mean that the rest had been captured?" "No, sir. The other 10 dreads were destroyed and we would have joined them if it weren't for the Vanguard pilots. They stayed behind to cover our retreat and activated their self-detonation charges to prevent being taken prisoner. If it weren't for them, none of us would have made it back." It was at that time the dread pilot began breaking down in tears. "They warned me not to attack them and I didn't listen." Jensen nodded and let off a small sigh. "Understood, Lieutenant. You and your fighters are to rendezvous with the carrier Sunburst and await further orders. Jensen out. As the view screen went blank, the Tarak man let off another tired sigh as he started to contemplate the repercussions of the failed attack. This would certainly not help the operation, and yet, the fact that 30 brave men sacrificed themselves to save the women could aid in boosting the alliance between the genders. Jensen only wished that the price wasn't so high. How many more would be lost before men and women would finally work as one? It was at that moment that the Tarak commander came up with an idea to get the Radam to tip their hands. Commander Sean. The silver-blonde female nodded to him. Yes, Captain. So far this battle has been according to what the Radam want, and we've been purely on the defensive. It's time we take control and get the enemy out into the open. We're going to start using those tactics you came up with. Signal the other carriers and support ships, as well as the Nirvana. We know the location of at least one of enemy carriers. If it gets attacked with a much larger force, then we should be able to draw out the other 3. And what about the enemy Tekkaman? That's why we brought Slade, Phantom and Sapphire with us. The counterattack will commence in 1 hour. Captain. Later in her quarters, Willa Sims sat on her bunk with her head bowed down in her hands and was sobbing quietly to herself. In her mind, she replayed the events which had caused her the loss of most of her squadron and sent 30 courageous men to their deaths. Flashback, Lieutenant. We're taking heavy fire and we haven't scored any hits on that carrier. A blonde Tarak sergeant named Omishka Rendered cried out as he and his wingman provided coverage for Willa's Dread. Keep giving us cover while Indigo 4, 9 and 12 make their attack runs. The Megele pilot commanded as she banked her ship towards the Radam vessel. However, as she did so, her communications system became flooded with the terrified screams of her squadron. Indigo 9 here. I'm hit. I can't work. Indigo 2. For Grandma's sake, get them off me. I can't hold it. I'm No. Before Willa's horrified eyes, her systems began registering the deaths of her comrades at an alarming rate as the dreads were cut down. One fighter careened out of control and crashed headlong into the carrier. However, the Tekkaman easily withstood the impact with only the slightest of damage. More and more spider crabs came at them in unending swarms. The Tarak pilots were releasing huge amounts of cannon fire, beams and missiles, but the Radam horrors kept on coming. More than half of the men were forced into close quarters combat and were able to hold their own, but even they could not stop the enemy. Each Vandread pair was assigned to cover a dread fighter, and when it was destroyed, then they would assist in protecting the remaining members of the squadron. But as the battle continued, it soon became apparent that the humans could not win this encounter. As the dreads were whittled down to a paltry 5, the lead Vandread pilot decided that it was time to cut their losses. All remaining units, fall back! Fall back! Willa shook her head and screamed out, bellowing that order. Stay on target. The same Vanguard pilot shouted back. Negative, Lieutenant. We can't hold them. We have to get back and report the carrier's location. I told you to stay on target. Then her remaining dread pilots called in. He's right, Lieutenant. I'm out of ordnance and my power packs are low. I've sustained too much damage. We have to get out now. Please, Lieutenant. For the love of Grandma. Willow held back an anguished cry as she nodded and said, all units, fall back to the sunburst. As the surviving dreads broke off and started to make their escape, a large horde of spider crabs sped out to intercept them. As Willow and her fellow wingmen saw the oncoming monsters, they prepared for a head-on confrontation. At that moment, the remaining vanguards linked up with their fighters via grappling cables. However, instead of hooking up to their attachment ports, they instead moved up the fuselages and stood near the front with blasters ready. Sergeant, what are you doing? You and your men get linked up now. The blond man shook his head as he replied. No can do, Lieutenant. The only way to get past that blockade is to shoot our way out. You and the others are out of ammo, so we'll have to blast a path in order for your dreads to get through. But what about you and your men? We'll only slow you down if we link up. Besides, the dreads are faster and at greater range. You'll be able to tell the commanders about the carrier's location. Good luck. No, you can't. Willow's plea went unanswered as Tomishka gave his men his final orders. All vanguards. Target coordinates 004987. Full barrage. Open fire. The Megele let loose with a murderous and concentrated storm of firepower directly in front of them. The spider crabs fired back with acidic blobs of goo as they charged in recklessly. Despite taking heavy hits, the vanguard stood their ground and continued to fire forward. The escape pathway was made but not without cost. One by one, the male machines were cut down as the dreads continued forward. However, as each vanguard was taken out, the pilot activated his self-detonation device to avoid capture and to provide a distraction for the escaping fighters. Once activated, the cockpit of the mecha ignited in a contained explosion which destroyed much of the upper torso. As they neared the end of the blockade, only Sergeant Render's vanguard was left standing. At that moment, his machine began taking heavy hits. Willow watched in terror as the right arm of his mecha was blown off. Then several more blobs heavily struck the chest armor and right leg. Then the head was shot off. Still, the brave Tarak man kept firing. Then it happened. A very large spider crab dived down at them and would have crashed right through Willow's cockpit if Tomishka's vanguard hadn't moved to block it. The monster and machine collided heavily with each other and the momentum knocked them both off the bow of the dread. As the dreads were about to make their getaway, Willow switched to her rear view scanner and saw the final moments of the brave Tarak officer. Over the communications line, she heard his last words, "Damn you, Radam bastard. I'm taking you with me." Click. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she heard the unmistakable sound of the self-detonation switch being activated. Then both the spider crab and the Vanguard were engulfed in a large, orange-red globe of light. Unlike his men's, Tomishka had his self-detonation device set with a more powerful charge in order to take out any nearby enemies along with himself. That final act was enough to distract the enemy long enough for the Dreads to make their final escape back to the fleet top. End of flashback. Willa cried even harder as she remembered the selfless actions of the sergeant and his men. It was her fault that they were gone, along with her squadron mates. Until that time, she had been like the rest of the Megele populace who considered the men as barbarians and monsters. To think that they would willingly give up their lives to save them. It practically destroyed every belief she had been taught since birth. Then she realized that as their commanding officer, it would be her duty to inform the families that they had died in the line of duty by her own actions. On the nears on Slade nodded as he received the orders to prepare for combat. As he quickly made his way to the launching bay where Pegasus was waiting for him, he was joined by Dinah and Galeon. Both had their Tekke crystals in hand and determined looks on their faces. As they entered the launching bay, Slade called out to Perfect, who was directing the final preparations for the Dread fighters. "Perfect. Are they ready?" The bespectacled girl nodded as the last of the modifications were being installed. In addition to the new link-up ports for the Vanguards, the Dread's underbellies were being fitted with large augmentation pods that carried a huge supply of armor-piercing plasma bombs. This gave the fighters a greater assault capability. Unlike the other Dread fighters in the fleet, the Nirvana's ships would have female Vanguard pilots, namely Jusenkyo, Yukio and the other members of the warrior squadron. Dinah immediately boarded her mini-dread and inserted her crystal into the activation port. Galeon was given a dread of his own as he was one of the few dozen men in the fleet that had qualified as a fighter pilot. Slade greeted his robotic partner as Pegasus finished its recharge and rearming cycle. "Pegasus, powered on." "Affirmative." Warning lights and klaxons continued to sound off as everyone prepared for battle. Things started to get intense in minutes. The Dreads and Vanguards were well on their way toward their targets. In the lead, the Tekkapod, Dinah's mini-dread, and Phantom's dread flew in a tree formation. As they neared the combat zone, Slade contacted his comrades from inside Pegasus. "All right, Dinah, Galeon. We're about 10 minutes from the initial contact point. Are you all set to carry out the plan Commander Sean laid out?" "Roger," Galeon replied. "Ready to kick some bad alien butt," Dinah said cheerfully. Slade then switched to the Dread formations and their Vanguard support squadrons. "Barnet, we'll be initiating the first attacks. Once it commences, you and the other Dread squadrons will come in and make your attack runs." "How are the Vanguards?" Jura's friend nodded. "The Warrior Squadron is ready to deploy along with the Grim Reapers, the Hellraisers, the Bloody Bastards, and the Headhunters. These men certainly have some colorful squadron names." Barnet mused. "What about the Brawler Brigade?" At that point, Old Don appeared on the communications feed. "Don't worry about us, Tekkaman Slade. My boys are ready to go. And I've got to hand it to our new first officer. She really came up with one hell of a plan. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that Captain Dar would have come up with a crazy scheme like this." Slade smiled as proof of the cooperation between the genders was evident. With a common enemy to fight against, the males and females had cast aside their differences. However, it was very unfortunate that such a breakthrough was under very dire circumstances. The combined Dread and Vandread forces neared their objective as Slade and the other Tekkaman prepared to engage the enemy. The plan was to take on any of Barren's warriors and provide cover for the Dreads as they make their attack runs on the carriers. The spider crabs were to be dealt with by the Vandreads. As they neared the combat zone, Slade's attention turned toward his threat monitors as they lit up with incoming bogies as huge swarms of the Radam horrors charged to meet with their human attackers. In the distance, two of the reported 4 carriers continued to spew out more spider crabs. Slade nodded as he made his Tekka crystal appear. Tekkadread. In a flash, Tekkaman Slade exploded forth from Pegasus Data and Galeon began letting loose with a wide stream of laser and particle beams. Slade immediately switched to his Tekka battle mode and started darting in and out of the formations of the monsters, obliterating dozens of them in seconds. Less than 20 seconds after the white Tekkaman started the assault, the Dread fighters split off into their assigned attack groups while releasing their Vanguard allies from their connection ports. The Mega Warriors started engaging the defending spider crabs with pulsar rifles, autocannons, missile pods and various close combat melee weapons. The Grim Reapers were armed with battle scythes equipped with plasma energy charged edges. The Hellraisers skewered their targets with powerful techno-tridents. The bloody bastards preferred to smash into their opponents with massive warhammers. As for the headhunters, each member could butcher his enemies with a pair of double-bladed axes. Many of the female Dread pilots could only gape in amazement as the male fighters tore into the spider crab hordes with an awesome ferocity. In almost no time at all, holes in the enemy defense lines began to appear, which the Dreads to take advantage of, as they speeded toward their objectives. The surface of the Radam carriers began to shift as more openings appeared. However, these did not expel more spider crabs but large volleys of acidic goo and solid projectiles that were as hard as the monster's claws. It was their version of anti-fighter batteries. Several Dreads were torn apart as the females made their attack runs. 3 squadrons of Dreads started to strafe the surface of the carriers as they drew the anti-fighter batteries away from the Dreads who were charged with the task of bombing the enemy ships. The new augmentation pods Parfat's teams had installed began to open up and release their payloads. Small but powerful plasma bombs were dropped. One Radam carrier shuddered as over a dozen of the weapons scored direct hits on its aft sections. The Dread swung about to make another pass. The pods then began firing off volleys of anti-proton torpedoes. The carrier took another series of hits and started to drift off course. After expanding their payloads, the attacking dreads jettisoned their augmentation pods, allowing them to drift away. The pods, rectangular in shape and several times larger than a Vanguard, floated harmlessly past the enemy carriers. On the Fireheart, Captain, we've just received word that one of the Radam carriers has been incapacitated. Ike announced. The fighters are now concentrating on the second carrier. Any sightings on the two remaining carriers? Dar asked. None so far. His first officer checked her console. Wait, we're starting to get some new anomalous readings. What kind of readings? Long-range scanners are starting to pick up some faint signals through the interference. Visual sightings from our scouts are coming in. The signals have been confirmed. Visual confirmation as well. It's the two other carriers. The Fireheart's captain nodded as he studied the tactical display on the main view screen. They're coming in to outflank us. It's a classic pincer maneuver. While our forces are dealing with the first two ships, the other two are going to try and circle them and divide our numbers. The carrier Talon is launching its fighters for a counterstrike. All cruisers and destroyers provide support. Begin readying our reserves for deployment. Ike nodded as she began relaying his commands. Then she let off shocked gasps as her tactical view screen began reporting massive casualty numbers among the fighter groups. Captain, the entire Emerald Wing has been totally wiped out. Wiped out? How? I'm getting reports that something just appeared and obliterated dozens of squadrons in seconds. Correction. Now I'm getting reports of 3 enemy fighters that are causing havoc among the Dreads and Vanguards. Judging by the rate in which our forces are being destroyed, that can only mean that the Radam Tekkaman had arrived. Jensen finished as he witnessed more casualty numbers come in. The battle was becoming bloodier by the minute, and Jensen knew that there would be many more funeral pyres and empty bunks in the barracks before this day was done. Then his first officer gave him even more bad news. Captain, we have 3 new contacts approaching. 3. Yes, sir. We have confirmation. The total number of enemy carriers, not counting the first one we crippled, is 6. I repeat, we are up against 6 or 80 AM carriers. It's a trap! Double quote. The battle zone. Slade gritted his teeth as he mixed it up with axe. The bloodthirsty Tekkaman had shredded through one of the fighter's wings as soon as he appeared. The near-honest Tekkaman tried to stop him from slaughtering more of the human forces, but the brute was tenacious. The problem was further compounded when his allies Dagger and Rapier joined the scene. Dinah immediately transformed into her Tekkaman form to engage the female agent of Tarak, while Galeon became Tekkaman Phantom to stop Gunner from tearing up the Vanguard squadrons. However, as the 3 Tekkaman managed to hold back their opponents, more spider crabs came onto the scene. It seemed that the intelligence concerning only 4 Radam carriers had been a ruse. The enemy numbers were far greater than was originally believed, and now the Megele/Tarak combined forces were in danger of being overwhelmed. Double quote. Die. Axe cried out as he made a swipe with his weapon and sent a wicked crescent of energy towards Slade. Nodoka-san managed to avoid the attack and sent several Tekkarangs at his opponent in retaliation. The projectiles were deflected away as Axe came in to cleave Slade in half. The two space warriors made several passes at each other, trying to bring his foe down to another part of the battle zone. Tekkaman Sapphire released a volley of energy arrows at her adversary, in which Rapier parried effortlessly with her sword. "Where is she?" Rapier screeched as she tried to skewer Dinah. The red-haired Tekkaman barely managed to twist her body enough to avoid the thrust, then swung her bow like a quarterstaff. "Who? That blonde bitch. I'll make her pay for what she did to me." The Radam Tekkaman then made a series of vicious flashes, which Dinah managed to deflect. As she took a closer look at her enemy, she noticed a jagged mark on the front of Rapier's faceplate, then realized who she was talking about. "Whoa! Do you mean Jura? She did that? I'll make her suffer for marring my face. I'll rip out her hair by the roots. I'll cut up her face into bloody chunks. Now where is she?" Dinah shook her head as she jetted away from the enraged Tekkaman to get some distance, then launched another volley of arrows. "She's not on this mission. You're just going to have to settle with me. You don't make me laugh. I only came today to settle my score with that blonde floozy. You're not even worth my time." Dinah's opponent easily dodged the arrows, then swiped with her blade at speeds that would have shredded a Vandread into scrap metal in seconds. Though her close combat skills had improved over the last few weeks, Dinah was still considered a rookie in terms of being a Tekkaman. She was forced backwards, then received a savage kick to the midsection. She was sent careening into a horde of spider crabs, who immediately crowded around her and tried to crush her en masse. As her opponent disappeared within the swarm of Radam horrors, Rapier let off a snort of disgust, then turned around to take out her frustrations on a nearby squadron of dread fighters. However, as her attention was focused on destroying the Megele pilots, a sudden explosion erupted behind her. The group of spider crabs that had trapped Dinah was enveloped in a blinding globe of destruction as multiple streams of light shot out from its center. Just as the monstrous creations were obliterated, a lone figure then fired off an insanely huge barrage of arrows at her target. Rapier only had a heartbeat to turn around and began evading the shots. To her shock, each energy arrow suddenly exploded into a dozen smaller bolts and scattered like cluster bombs. Try as she might, she couldn't avoid or deflect them all with her sword. Several of them scored direct hits on her upper body and legs. As she was momentarily distracted, Dinah seized the opportunity to charge in. Just as she came up to her, the redhead powered up her bow and released one massive arrow at near point-blank range. Rapier had no hope of dodging the shot as it slammed into her like a huge battering ram, and exploded with the equivalent force of 10 tons of TNT. The Radam Tekkaman was sent crashing into the side of one of Barren's carriers and skidded across the surface like a flaming meteor. Ida dived after her while continuing to shoot off her arrows like a machine gun. "So am I worth your time now?" she taunted. Rapier let off a roar of outrage as she picked herself out of the trench she had carved in the hull of the carrier, and rocketed up toward her attacker. In another section of space, Dagger was having a bit of difficulty with his opponent Phantom, as Galeon's stealth ability gave him a decided advantage. So far, the invisible Tekkaman was making quick strikes with his sword, in order to wear down his foe. Dagger already had several gashes in his armor. As he continued to fire off his own energy bow at seemingly empty space, he started to consider his adversary. We don't have much intelligence on this Tekkaman. His stealth power evades even my sensors. However, as Ida had done with Rapier, Dagger decided to fire off a volley of arrows which exploded into several swarms of smaller shots. The projectiles exploded in all directions. No matter where Phantom was, he couldn't avoid them all. A section of the star-studded void exploded as a faint outline was sighted by Dagger. He let off a shot, which tagged Phantom in the shoulder, causing him to become visible. Then Dagger pressed the advantage as he fired another volley at him. As Galeon found himself being surrounded by energy bolts, Dagger slammed into him. The two continued to tangle with each other as the battle raged on. Back on the Fire Heart, Dar frowned. The engagement was not going well as the Radam forces were on the verge of overwhelming the human positions. He had to credit the Radam for their surprise attack and for bringing in extra reinforcements. However, the Tarak and Megele fighters had their own trump card to play. As he watched the readouts on the main display, he drummed his fingers on his console. Then as the Radam forces crossed into the critical zone between themselves and the main attack groups, he nodded toward his first officer. "Commander, it's time." Ikazuchi nodded as she gave the signal to begin the surprise counterattack. In the empty vacuum of space, several dozen rectangular containers floated by three of the Radam carriers. They were the scant augmentation pods that Parfat's teams had created for the initial attacks. The sensors of the Radam vessels registered them as nothing more than useless debris and no action was taken against them. However, that was to be their first and final error. As the Radam carriers passed them by, the pods suddenly exploded apart as a subspace signal was received from the Fire Heart. From within each pod, a pair of vanguards streaked out and headed toward the unsuspecting enemy ships. Each mecha had the identification numbers of the 152nd Vanguard Platoon of the Space Marines. Each fighting machine also sported the insignia of the Brawler Brigade, which had an image of an armored fist. In his vanguard, Old Gun let off a war cry as he led his team toward their objectives. "All right, you bastards. Let's rumble." Each of the pilots signaled to their leader as they converged on their targets. The Radam carriers were caught totally off guard by the sudden ambush. By the time they started to defend themselves, several of Old Gun's subordinates had already boarded via exit ports and breaches in the hulls. The Brawler Brigade members were famous for their close-range savagery. Their skill at mecha combat was prominently displayed as they started tearing out the insides of the carriers. The Radam ships began to suffer like giant behemoths with intense indigestion as the Vanguard smashed through power relays, regeneration systems and incubating spider crabs. One such Vanguard, piloted by Zitfinner aka Boomer, was laughing like crazy as he entered a large area filled with developing spider crabs and what appeared to be the main power reactor. His machine opened up various panels on its body, revealing an unbelievable array of missile launchers. Technically speaking, he could have just aimed for the main reactor to take out the carrier. 2 or 3 missiles would have done the job. However, he activated his targeting computer and aimed for just about every available spot in the area. He then made a grand show of thumbing the firing stud. Beside him, the Brawler's medic Jin looked at his comrade with concern and a somewhat edgy expression. Boomer? Overkill? Boomer smiled evilly and replied, "Damn right." He then pushed the firing stud out in open space. The old gun was leading 3 of his men on an attack run at the main launcher of another carrier, when he noticed that the adjacent ship suddenly split in half, due to a massive detonation near its center. He then noticed 2 streaks of light as they headed out of the center of the explosion and into space. He recognized the 2 mecha and highlighted them. "Boomer? That was you, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir," Sid replied happily as he made his way toward the next carrier to blow up. "Good job, Boomer. But easy on the ordnance. Our missile and bomb stocks are already strained, without you going overboard." Old Gun shook his head while smiling, then highlighted the medic. "Jin, make sure he comes back in one piece. I don't want him blowing himself up along with the enemy." "Sir!" Double quote on another carrier. An intense bloodbath was taking place within the bowels of the ship. However, it wasn't the spider crabs causing the chaos. It was mostly due to one Vanguard pilot. And as far as his comrades were concerned, he was free to rampage as much as he wanted, as long as it was against the enemy. Kurlisak's Vanguard was armed with various weapons, both edged and projectile-based, and he used them to great effect, especially in close quarters. Spider crabs fell in droves as their limbs were quartered, their exoskeletons imploded, and their guts spilled in rivers of gore. The schizophrenic pilot didn't even register the hits his machine was taking as he continued the wholesale slaughter. He had a maniacal gleam in his eyes as he cut down his foes like a lawnmower cutting down crabgrass. Several of his fellow pilots could only watch in morbid fascination and with a bit of unease as Kerr's Vanguard waded through the throngs of Radam creatures, leaving slimy and bloody chunks in its wake. "Do you think we should support him?" one of the pilots asked. "I don't think he needs it," the second one replied. Then gulped as Kerr's Vanguard produced a wicked-looking chainsaw blade from its right gauntlet. The Vanguard then plunged its weapon deep into the skull of a spider crab, shredding its primitive brain, and causing its body fluids to spray all over his mecha. He then proceeded to use the severed claw of a spider crab as a bloody and grotesque club, smashing the brains of several more of the monsters. Yeah, let's just leave him alone. You know how he is when he's like this. A third pilot said as he gestured to his comrades to follow him. Let's go and set the charges. The trio made their way toward the ship's center and set the timers on delayed detonation packs at the base of the primary reactor. 15 seconds later, they made their way back to the main hangar where Kerr was just finishing off the last of his opponents. Sergeant Kerr, the charges are set. We've got 15 seconds to get out of here. Lisak looked with his Vanguard scanners at the carnage he had caused, and shrugged his shoulders while sighing. Might as well go. I just ran out of playmates. After the Vanguards made their out, the carrier shuddered as the bombs went off. Oh, not as spectacular a demise as the one blown up by Boomer. The carrier became a useless hulk as its main power source was destroyed, along with its regeneration matrices. By a sheer stroke of luck, the carrier listed to one side and collided with another, taking it out of action as well. In less than 2 minutes, the Radam numbers had been significantly reduced. With the surprise attacks of the Brawler Brigade, the human forces started to push the enemy back. Several of the dreads made a series of attack runs at another carrier, in what could be seen as a futuristic version of the ancient practice of dive bombing. The Megele pilots still had some ordnance left in their augmentation pods and used them all up as they streaked toward their target in an arc. Then as their pods ran dry, they jettisoned them at the carriers like bombs. The pods exploded apart, revealing their hidden Vanguard pilots and their mecha. The machines landed on the surface of the carrier and let loose with their electron pulse rifles. 4 of the men managed to send some missiles down a launching port, just as a horde of spider crabs were being sent out. The explosions plugged up the opening, then backfired down the shaft, causing more explosions to occur within the huge craft. On the Nirvana, Magno and BC listened with interest at the various exchanges between the fighter groups. Commander. It's going in. It's going in. Bullseyes. Bullseyes. Yahoo. Reaper 9. I got a hit. Right down its throat. Plasma River. Look at that bastard light up. Good grandma, those men can fight. I got it. I got it. That was for Megele. Cover me. I'm going in. A hit. A hit. I got those bastards. Damn. That was one hell of a shot. As the battle continued to be waged, the ancient pirate captain nodded with satisfaction. With a common enemy to fight, the men and women were actually cooperating. Hopefully, they would continue to do so after the Radam were defeated. Dagger, axe and rapier became even more infuriated as they saw their forces being whittled down. However, they couldn't aid their spider crab hordes as Slade and his comrades were engaging them. As 2 more carriers fell, Tarkon's forces were now inferior in numbers to the humans. They decided to cut their losses. Disengaging from White Tekkaman and his allies, They immediately began signaling to remaining Radam vessels to retreat. However, knowing that the Megele and Tarak fighters would pursue them, Tiger sent a message to one of the two carriers that was still operational. This particular vessel was more massive than its siblings, as it had previously been a harvester mothership. It began to slowly make its way across the battle zone, picking up speed as it headed toward its final destination. The smaller dreads and Vandread started firing at it, attempting to slow its progress, but it was like pitting fleas against a leviathan. As they were preoccupied in stopping it, the last carrier and its support ships withdrew. As the Radam retreated, even more human warships engaged the carrier to stop its kamikaze run. The Fireheart and Nirvana joined with the others, and opened up with all the firepower at their disposal. However, the mammoth carrier plowed through the defensive lines, and its target came into view. Station K-97. It seemed that if the Radam could not take the strategic asteroid, then they would destroy it. GOLDEKK. Phantom GOLDEKK. GOLDEKK Blaster. The three remaining Tekkaman let loose with huge quantum energy blasts that took out large chunks of the Radam ship's bow, but it wasn't enough to slow it down, let alone stop it. Slade had no choice but to transform to his evolved form and prime his Megavoltiker. However, he was still doubtful that he could stop the thing with even his most powerful weapon. All ships began clearing the sector as the Radam carrier continued on its path toward self-destruction. The crews on the station could only wait for the impact as there was no time to evacuate everyone. Despite their best efforts, the cooperation between the males and females had failed to save the station. Or had it? One final merging of man and woman occurred to save them all. As Slade prepared to fire off his Megavoltiker, Ida jetted toward him and cried out, "Slade!" A corona of light surrounded the evolved Tekkaman, making him seem transparent. At the same time, Tekkaman Sapphire made contact with him. In one blinding flare of light, the two became one. Both disappeared from sight, as a new figure appeared. She was about 8 feet in height and was colored in royal blue armor with white highlights. On her shoulders were massive energy collectors. Smaller energy units were mounted on the sides of the legs and midsection. On the center of her chest was a large, triangular, crystalline gem that was colored a brilliant green. And her Tekkaman burst. Immediately, the gem started to pulsate with energy. The collectors began exchanging streams of power as a globe of luminescence surrounded her. The sphere expanded slowly outward as the power within it increased exponentially. All ships in the vicinity sped away from the area as they knew that staying would mean total annihilation. As the Radam carrier was nearing the station, the newly combined Tekkaman cried out, "Nova GOLDEKK!" The sphere of energy blasted outward with a force equivalent to that of an exploding small star. The carrier was enveloped by the blast and was instantly vaporized. Energy shockwaves radiated out in all directions, straining the defensive shields of all vessels and the station to their limits. Various scanners and communication systems were irrevocably disrupted as the brilliance of the attack threatened to blind all those present. Finally, the light and energy waves died down as Tekkaman burst suddenly split apart into Tekkaman Blaster and Tekkaman Sapphire. Then all those present began to realize one undeniable truth. They had wound up back at the Radam mothership. Tekkaman was not pleased as he received the news from Dagger that the attack against the men and women had failed. It had been hoped to crush the defenders at K-97 as well as deal the humans a crushing blow while capturing more test subjects among the survivors. However, with the loss of 6 carriers and a substantial number of spider crabs, the warlord had to rethink his strategy. As he waited for Dagger and the others to return, he made up his mind. There would be no more fancy strategies and sneak attacks. The Radam would just attack the planet of Tarak head-on once the interference fields were low enough for them to use their full power. In less than 2 weeks, there would be a reckoning dot on the Fireheart's main Vanguard hangar. Look out. It's Geo and a blow. The hangar crew scrambled for cover as a certain Vanguard was on the verge of exploding. It was badly damaged and was smoking from various joints and panels. Inside the cockpit, Boomer sadly smiled as he prepared for the end. Warning lights and alarms lit up his control panel, indicating imminent destruction. During the battle, his mecha had taken several hits which had unknowingly activated the timer on his self-detonation device. The main control and thruster relays had burned themselves out when he came aboard the Fireheart, which prevented him from moving his machine out of the hangar. He couldn't even escape as the hatch release was also damaged, sealing him inside a metal, human-shaped coffin. Furthermore, his Vanguard still had a considerable amount of ordnance inside. As a result, once it detonated, he would take out everything and everyone within a 200-meter radius. He shook his head and sighed. He always knew that he would go out with a bang. He only regretted that he was going to take innocent lives with him and damage the only place he knew as home, the Fireheart. As the timer counted down towards 0, he held his breath, and waited. Then a click was heard as the hatch suddenly opened and the warning lights turned themselves off. Boomer could only look in stunned silence as a female face smiled down at him. "Are you okay?" Silomayanis asked. Boomer nodded, still dumbstruck that his Vanguard hadn't exploded yet. The young engineer continued to smile as she said, "Great. So how about getting out of this thing before it blows?" "I only managed to stop the detonation sequence for another minute." That was all he needed to hear as he unbuckled his harness and scrambled out of the cockpit. As soon as they both jumped down to the hangar deck and began running, a pair of Vanguards came over and picked up their doomed counterpart. Within moments, they placed it on a nearby catapult launcher and shot it out into deep space. Half a minute later, a sizable explosion was seen in the distance as Boomer's machine perished in a blaze of glory. Fortunately, Its pilot would live to see another day. A loud cheer echoed throughout the hangar as dozens of men from the work crews and engineering stations surrounded the perky and feisty new recruit. Siloma let off a cry of delight as she was lifted up by numerous hands and tossed repeatedly into the air. After a very rocky start, the young engineer began to feel that she was fitting in. About an hour later, so Engineer Class Ionisk, what possessed you to disregard orders to evacuate the hangar and risk everyone's lives with that stunt? Siloma felt a familiar feeling as she stood before the captain and his first officer in his office. She took a deep breath and replied to his question. I realized that evacuating was pointless since the blast would have killed everyone in the hangar before they could get far enough away. I had previously studied the schematics to the Vandreads and their self-detonation devices. I knew I didn't have the time to disarm it, so I bypassed the timer circuit and added an extra minute to the countdown. Then I disabled the cockpit locking mechanism and got the pilot out. Then we shot the Vanguard out into space before it exploded. I mean, I know that it was risky and all, but we had everything to gain and well. Her voice trailed off as looked down at her feet. There was a long silence as Captain Jensen Dar considered her explanation. As of now, he had her fate in his hands. Then finally, he spoke. Engineer Yonisk, you do realize that you broke the rules again. She flinched at his words, then perked her head up as he continued. However, unlike the first incident, you broke protocol for the right reason. Captain? Jensen let off a sigh as he stood up from his seat, then gave her a small, slightly whimsical smile. It's no secret that the crew of the Fireheart has been known to break standard procedures, though no one has been able to prove it in court. Rules are excellent guidelines, but a person must be allowed to interpret them and decide when is the right time to change them. You showed remarkable bravery under fire, ingenuity and initiative, even though you had to break protocol to do it. Sounds like a perfect fit for the crew of Fireheart Engineer Class S Siloma Yonisk. Class S? That's right. Engineer Class S. Jensen then reached into a drawer of his desk and took out a small, metallic case. He then handed the shocked girl the container and told her to open it. When she did so, she gasped as she gazed upon the Tarak Medal of Engineering Merit, First Class, which was triangular in shape and sparkled with a blue light. He nodded to her and continued. All punishments are hereby revoked and all privileges are restored. You are to be given Class S access to the engineering section and you will be part of the primary engineering corps. That's Engineer Chief Sola's top team and you have earned your place among them. Congratulations. If she wasn't still in a state of shock, Siloma would have fainted on the spot. On the Tarak homeworld, Grandpa and Grandma smiled as they read the reports of the operation to repel the Radam attack. Though the casualties were considerable, the end result was 6 Radam carriers and several dozen support ships were destroyed, along with most of their complement of spider crabs, and Station K-97 had not fallen into enemy hands. the unity between the sexes had gotten more secure with the victory. Furthermore, the Nirvana's Tekkaman were seen as heroes and role models for the alliance of men and women. It seemed that once the Radam main invasion arrived, the human race would be more than ready to defend itself. On the Fireheart, Captain Dar walked his first officer to her quarters. As they strolled down the hallway, they discussed the day's events. "I'd like to thank you," Ika said. "Thank me? For what?" Jensen asked. The silver-haired woman took a small breath and replied, "For believing in my plan, and for supporting my opinions. I wouldn't have been able to convince the War Council if you and Tekkaman Slade hadn't." Jensen held up a hand, cutting her off. "There's no need to thank me for anything. You came up with the right idea at the right time. You showed all the qualities of a good officer, and I see no reason to disregard your opinions when they're completely valid. I do expect you to continue performing as you had today." "Yes, Captain." As they came to her quarters, they paused for a moment to gaze at each other, then Ika turned to enter. Jensen then placed a hand on her shoulder and gently turned her to face him again. For a fleeting moment, Ika studied the blue depths of his eyes and found them to be quite pleasant-looking. Then she felt something being pressed into her right hand. She looked down and saw a small, silver, metallic case. She held it up with a puzzled expression. He nodded to her and said, "It's something that Grandpa and Grandma wanted me to give to you." He then turned around to walk back to his own quarters. As he was about to turn a corner, he called back to her without looking back. "I'll see you in the morning, First Officer, Commander Ika-san." As he disappeared from sight, Ika looked down at the case, then slowly opened it with trembling hands. She nearly dropped the box as she saw its contents. It was a small, golden, triangular pin with a star in the middle, which signified her rise in rank. She gazed down at the color of her uniform and saw the two identical pins which symbolized the rank of Lieutenant Commander. Now, as she added the third pin, she was a full commander. She continued to stand at her doorway, staring at her new rank, in the same state of shock as the young engineer was. Finally, she gazed in the direction in which her superior had left and began to ponder her future under his command. The Nirvana, as the crew of the pirate vessel settled down to rest from the day's battle, a small group of people converged in the conference room. Slade was absent as he was very tired from merging with Ida and was currently sleeping in his quarters. Those who were at the meeting included the captain, PC and Gascogni. "You do realize that this operation must be carried out with the utmost secrecy?" Magno asked. The other two women nodded in agreement as they continued to plan to be continued author's notes. "We had one long chapter, and now that it's finished, I can finally confirm that this story is nearing its end with 2 chapters, and multiple parts to go. It's been a while since I worked on this story, and I'm proud of what I've accomplished. As for the next chapter, we're going to see some more intimate interactions between Slade, the girls, and some other people. See you there." Chapter 32 Chapter 13 Part 1 Secret Operation Tekkadread. The second stage. Disclaimer: this story is just for fun and all the characters belong to their respective creators. Okay. Thoughts. Chapter 13 Part 1 Secret Operation. It was 2 days after the Battle of K97 as the Megele and Tarak citizens began to get used to each other. The victory had boosted morale all around, and it had served as irrefutable proof that the two genders could work together. The propaganda ministry had a field day with video feeds of the battle sent all over the public communications systems. The ships that were most decorated were the Nirvana, the carrier Sunburst, and the cruiser/carrier Fireheart. And the most widely seen profile was that of Tekkaman Slade. Slade was seen as the symbol of the Allied fleet, and his exploits aboard the Nirvana against the Harvesters and the Radam had become near legendary. There wasn't a place on Tarak, Heaven's Haven, or the Allied fleet that he could go to that he wasn't recognized and mobbed by fans. As such, any event concerning him was of great interest to everyone. And what even Magno aka Nodaka had planned was on a monumental scale. However, as she privately discussed the matter with Grandpa and Grandma in a special conference room in the command satellite, the pirate captain was certain that such an event was essential to the war effort. "I must admit that what you are proposing, Captain Magno, is quite an undertaking," Grandpa stated. "I dare say that the resources needed to perform such an operation would be considerable. Although, I am intrigued by the notion," Grandma remarked. "And I would say that such an operation would garner great dividends if successful." "Yes, but is the cost worth the effort?" the ancient ruler of Tarak interjected. "Our resources were substantially reduced during the Battle of K97. Though we scored a major victory, it will take some time for our manufacturing plants to replenish Vandreads, dreads, ships, and other war materials. We need time to replace those who were killed in action and to train new recruits. Can we afford to commit personnel, material, and time to this operation?" Magno nodded. "I would say that it would be more than worth the expense. Great-Grandpa, I am very aware of the conservative nature of the men of Tarak, and I do admire it, considering that I had lost my home due to the wasteful actions on Megele. However, we must also look at the big picture. Once the enemy is defeated, the women had no place to go, since the Radam had gutted our home planet. Relocating to a new world is not a viable option at this point. We have to live on Tarak, and it would be in everyone's best interests to establish good relations between the men and women. Though the victory against the Radam at K97 has lessened the animosity between the sexes, it should only be seen as temporary. We must build more trust among the men and women, and I believe that this operation is essential to that goal." Grandpa sat back on his throne and pondered on Magno's words. What she said did make sense. The war with the Radam could not last forever. Either the human race would be wiped from existence, hopefully it would not come to that, or the enemy would be defeated. If that scenario came to pass, then what next? The men and women would have to live together on Tarak, and as such, the manufacture of weapons against the opposite gender would be considered as idiotic and wasteful. Resources would have to be applied toward civilian projects, and one of the biggest and most desired of plans was to reform the barren world of Tarak. Several Tarak scientists had approached the World Council in the past with ideas to convert the vast deserts into more fertile farming lands. There was even an ambitious plan to drop comet ice onto the planet's surface to create oceans, seas, lakes and rivers. However, at the time, the men were at war with the women, so all terraforming schemes were either dropped or put on indefinite hold. Now, with the genders currently united, those same people who advocated the plan to alter Tarak had begun petitioning the council to reconsider their ideas again. And they had some extra supporters from the women, as they too wanted to convert the planet into something more hospitable. Both genders had some very strong arguments. One of the major obstacles to terraforming the world was technology. Tarak science was focused mostly on warp production and general industry, but had very little when it came to the subject of ecology and agriculture. There were the small experiments to converting limited areas into farmland, but so far, the results were disappointing and not significant enough to justify a larger research budget. The men didn't have much in terms of green thumbs. It was far easier for them to eat the nutrition pills. However, many of the men had gotten a taste of Megele cuisine and found it difficult to go back to the pills. In order to satisfy their cravings for the 4 basic food groups, they would have to find a way to grow organic food in large enough quantities to sustain them. The Megele had the technology in terms of farming and food production. Furthermore, they did have several terraforming techniques they had used on Megele when they had first settled there. The women's problem was that they lacked the resources to implement these methods on Tarak or anywhere else, due to their wasteful nature. The men had resources in good supply. Grandpa considered for a while longer, then nodded. Magno's plan had enough merit to implement, both in the short and long-term results. You have the permission to put your plan into operation, Magno. However, this plan must be carried out with the utmost secrecy. You cannot inform anyone, including your crew members, until they absolutely have to know. Grandma and I will have all necessary supplies and arrangements made. The operation is to take place 3 days from now. That will be perfect, Grandpa. Thank you. Vivian Magno bowed to the aged man, then left with BC and Gascogny behind her. One of the industrial plants, the engineering chief of the plant, scratched his head in puzzlement as he read the order he had just received. He wondered why he was being ordered to produce several tons of blasting powder, but no shells or any other kind of ammunition to go with it. What was even stranger was the request for differently colored dyes and the blueprints for some weird-looking detonation devices. However, since the orders had Grandpa's official seal on them, he had no choice but to manufacture the requests. Another manufacturing plant, sir? Do you have any idea why we would receive an order for sound amplification systems of this size? The head foreman could only shrug his shoulders at his subordinate. Ours is not to question why. We just follow the orders. Besides, these orders are from Grandpa himself. If he wants speaker systems this large, then that's what we're going to build for him. A synthetics plant. Why would Grandpa and Grandma request this much low-grade rubber? A worker asked. Yeah, I mean this stuff isn't strong enough to be used in Vandread articulation joints. It's too thin and the density wouldn't be able to hold up against the pressure. Another worker added. I thought we were on full war material production. And why do they want them in different colors? A third worker inquired. Get back to work. Their boss shouted out. Grandpa is expecting this shipment in today's exclamation point double quote a major Tarak broadcast station, sir. What is it? The head of the studio asked. We just received a request to have all of our airwaves clear in 3 days at this time period. It says that an important announcement is be broadcast worldwide. Yes. So what of it? We're not given the reason why or what the announcement will be. Well, does it have Grandpa's official seal on the request? Yes, it does. Then have all our transmission lines open 3 days from now at the time requested. Grandpa must have something important to tell to the people. Meanwhile, on Heaven's Haven in the facility's communal bathing area, 3 girls lounged in the hot tub, letting the waters soak away the day's tension. As they relaxed in the comforting warmth, they had a quiet discussion concerning a certain someone very close to their hearts. So you and Slade combined during the last battle? Jura asked as she took a sip of sake from a small cup. Floating nearby was a small tray with a bottle of the alcoholic beverage. Ida nodded happily as she drank from a bottle of milk. It was really amazing. It felt so incredible. It was way better than combining with the Tekkadreads. I'd have to agree. Jura concurred. It was the most wonderful experience I ever had. I never felt so close to him as I was when we became Tekkaman Blaze, even though he doesn't even remember that time. She took another sip, then asked her other compatriot. How about you, Mia? What was it like when you and Slade became Tekkaman Flash? The short-haired girl nibbled her lower lip for a moment, then replied, It's hard to explain. It felt as if every one of my thoughts became his thoughts and vice versa. I felt everything he felt and he could feel all of my feelings too. You're both right. I've never felt more closer to him than during that time. I can't wait to combine with Slade again. Ida piped up. Oh no. I'm going to be combining with him next mission. Jura interjected. After all, he's going to be the home of my children. No, I'm combining with him. And he's going to be living with me. The 2 girls started to argue, but Mia immediately put a stop to it by splashing them both to get their attention. When the pair turned toward her in irritation, she took a deep breath and slowly said, Jura, don't you think we should consider Slade's feelings? I mean, He deserves that much after all he's done for us, right? The girls became silent as they considered Mia's words, then slumped down while nodding simultaneously. Both felt a bit of shame of arguing over Slade like he was some kind of possession. "You're right, Mia," Dinah said. "Mr. Alien, I mean, Slade should get to choose who he combines with." "You're still calling him Mr. Alien after all this time?" Jura asked with some surprise. "It's an old habit and it was my special name for him." "Special name? Well, he really is special, right?" Jura shrugged her shoulders and nodded. "I'll agree with you on that. He's really special. He's so special that I want him and only him to be my children's Oma." Dinah and Mia gazed upon their friend with slightly puzzled expressions. Then the former Dread leader said, "You're serious? You're really serious about having his children? I thought you wanted to have a baby from a man's seed because you wanted to be famous," Dinah stated. Jura shook her head while taking another sip of sake. "No, not anymore. Besides, I'm already famous as a Tekkaman. I want his baby because, well, just because I want it. In fact, I'd be proud to bear a dozen of his children." She then took a big gulp of sake. "How about you two? Would you like to have his child?" Both girls became apprehensive at the sudden question and became nervously silent. The blonde female nodded at her companion's reluctance to answer her questions and noted that their cheeks were blushing. She gave them both a small grin and said, "I thought so. It's kind of a shock, isn't it? The fact that we're all in love with the same man." At the mention of the word love, Mia and Dinah's cheeks took on a furious shade of pink as they both dipped lower into the water. Jura drained her cup and started refilling it. She took another swig and said, "Come on, girls. Don't lie to me. We've been friends too long to keep things from each other. I'm telling you here and now. I love Slade. I want to bear his children. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. I am not afraid to admit it. Now I'm asking you to tell me honestly. Are you in love with him? If you aren't, then say so. That way I can go after him with a clear conscience. If you feel the same way about him, then we have got to settle this, here and now. The war is not going to last forever, and I fully intend to win his heart." After a long silence, Dinah sat up and nodded. "I love him too. And I want him to be my children's Oma." Finally, Mia decided to reveal her feelings as well. "I asked the captain for permission to start a family with her son because I love him." Jura gave her friends a nod as they began to discuss their situation with a certain white Tekkaman. The next day, "How are the preparations going, BC?" Magno asked as she was being served her morning tea. Kuzo nodded as she looked down at the chart in her hand. "The preparations are going well, and I must admit, this is probably the most covert operation I have ever been involved in. Remember, BC? We can't tell the rest of the crew until they need to know. You are aware of how much the crew likes to gossip, right?" The dark-skinned woman nodded again. I can understand not telling certain crew members, but are you sure about? I couldn't be more sure than I am about this operation. Now, about that other project we discussed with Grandpa and Grandma. Ikazuchi has already contacted the Megele experts on that matter, and they assure me that it will be finished on time. Oh, I was expecting you to ask Barnett about taking part in it. She will be informed about the project when the time comes. I hope that everything will be in place when the operation begins. Timing will be everything. Later that day, his Slade. Slade was currently having lunch at the cafeteria in Heaven's Haven when he saw Yukio the 17th approach his table with an older woman walking beside her. He smiled to his fellow stagehand and stood up to greet her and whoever she was with. "Hey, Pukin. How's it going? Who is this?" The brown-haired girl nodded as she made the introductions. "This is Yukio the 16th, my mother." Slade gazed upon the older woman in shock. This was Yukio's mother. She was so young-looking. He had almost mistaken her as Yukio's older sister. She was slightly taller than her daughter and had her hair tied up in a ponytail with a red bow. She was dressed in a kind of simple house dress. He did note that Yukio the 16th is a bit more muscular, but had similar facial features to her offspring. The Tekkaman could see that the family resemblance was still strong, even after over half a millennium. In both females, he could discern traces of the original look and, even though he only remembered a 6-year-old boy or girl. Now the real question was, what did they want? Yukio the 16th looked Slade over and nodded to her daughter. "I have to admit, daughter, he is exactly as you described." She then turned her attention to Slade. "Mayukin tells me that you are the original Ranma, the very same one with whom the Quanji had sworn a blood vengeance for besmirching our family honor." "Honor?" Slade repeated in surprise, then realized what she was talking about. "Wait a minute. You can't be talking about what my no-good father did to your family all those centuries ago, are you? That was his doing. I had nothing to do with it." Yukio's mother took a deep breath and nodded. "Yes, Pukin told me of her talk with Ms. Ikazuchi, as well as your side of the story, since you were there. If the facts had been realized 562 years ago, then our vendetta against your family would have been directed toward the true criminal, namely that worthless trash, Jean Masodom. For that, as head of the Quanji clan, I apologize on behalf of my family and ask for forgiveness." Yeah, that'll be fine." Slade was a bit surprised at the sudden turn of events. It had been his experience that people tended to hold grudges for a long time. Yukio's mother silently acknowledged his acceptance of her apologies, then added, "Initially, when I heard that you were the original Ranma, I had intended to press you into marrying my daughter so that ancient pledge would be fulfilled and honor would be satisfied." When Slade tensed up at that notion, she raised a hand to ease his concerns and continued, "Not to worry. I had decided not to force the issue, since I only wish for my daughter's happiness. Therefore, I shall leave it up to her whether she wishes to pursue you or not. As far as I am concerned, the vendetta of the past should stay in the past." She turned to her daughter and said, "I shall be heading back to our quarters. I will be seeing you later." The elder Kwanji bowed to them, then left the cafeteria, leaving the two of them alone. The Tekkaman bid Yukio the 17th to sit with him. As the crowds of people milled about their own business, the two discussed for a long time about their relationship. Finally, it was decided that Bohukin did have some feelings toward him. It would be best for them to remain just good friends. The next day Slade pondered as he walked down the streets of Heaven's Haven. For the last 2 days, some of his friends had been avoiding him. One person in particular, his mother Nodoka, refused to see him. After he had decided to reconcile with his mother after centuries of separation, Slade had been making every effort to spend some time with her. In the beginning, she had been always eager to drop everything for a chance to be with him, but now she seemed to be too busy to even talk. Every time Slade asked PC about her whereabouts, Magno's second-in-command would simply say that the captain was involved in a very important operation and could not be disturbed. He had also noticed that certain parts of Heaven's Haven and the Nirvana had been closed off and could not be accessed by any of the crew. The former son of Jean Masoto knew that something was up, but no one would tell him what it was all about. Then again, just about everyone didn't know about what was going on either. The only thing he was certain of that something big was about to happen. However, he had no choice but to wait until it happened. It was then that his danger sense went off as someone came in from above. He jumped backward in reflex and tensed up. His body immediately went into a series of evasive maneuvers as his unknown attacker landed in the spot he had just been a heartbeat ago. The assailant made a series of fast strikes at him, which he easily blocked or dodged. Slade made a couple of backflips to get more fighting room, and landed in a ready stance. He then got a good look at his opponent. The woman looked to be in her early to mid-90s and had a thin, but wiry frame. She was dressed in emerald green ceremonial robes and had a wooden cane in her withered hand. Her silver-gray hair was long and reached her mid-back. She stood casually before him with her cane held out in front of her. On her wrinkled face was an expression of satisfaction and her eyes studied him with a calculating gleam. Well, you're not half bad. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Slade demanded. Damn. She moves pretty good for an old woman. The elderly woman shrugged her shoulders and replied, I wanted to see for myself if you really are as good as my granddaughter said you were. I must say that you are skilled. Not bad at all for someone who's over 550 years old. Huh? How did you know that? Who told you? My granddaughter told me about you. I believe you know Shanpu. Shan? You're her grandmother? Yes. I am Kulan. I am the first elder of the Joksuzoku, and as such, I am honor-bound to uphold 3,500 years of Chinese Amazon history, son-in-law. Son-in-law? Why are you calling me that? By our ancient laws, my granddaughter must marry the man who defeated her fairly in combat. You are kidding me, Slade exclaimed, but then saw the determined look in her eyes. You are not kidding, are you? Kulon shook her head. When it comes to our tribe's ancient laws, I am always serious. Oh, come on. You and Jusenkyo are from Megele, aren't you? True. The Amazons did migrate with the rest of humanity, and when the genders separated, we did go along with the other women to Megele. Using the cloning techniques that were developed, the Jusenkyo continued. However, now that the genders are united again, our ancient laws are in effect. Therefore, you will marry my granddaughter. Sorry, I'm not going to marry anyone, just because of some outdated law. Besides, don't you think Jusenkyo should have a say in this as well? She will do as our laws command. Outdated laws that haven't been enforced for centuries. Slade pointed out. As much as I like being with your granddaughter, I'm not going to be forced into something that neither of us agreed to. Our laws are adamant. For the sake of our Amazon honor, you will marry Jusenkyo. Slade took a deep calming breath, but did not relax his stance. I guess there's no choice then. You want me into the family? Then you're going to have to drag me to the altar. So you are challenging me, then? Very well. That is in accordance to our Amazon laws. However, do not take me lightly. I may not be as spry as I was in my younger days, but I am still more than a match for a whelp like yourself. And do not think to transform into your Tekkaman armor. I assure you that you won't get a chance. I won't need it. Slade emphasized his point by making his Tekka crystal appear, then dropping it to the ground. If necessary, he could always recall it back. However, he was a man of his word and had no intention of transforming. Very well then. If you should defeat me, then I will release you from your obligation to become my granddaughter's husband. Let us begin. Kulon twirled her cane while getting into a battle stance, then suddenly blurred forward. Slade was surprised that an elderly woman could possess such speed, as he countered the first of her punches. Then she upped the ante as she cried out, K-A-D-C-H-U-D-N-S-H-I-N-A-M-A-G-U-R-I-K-N. Her cane stabbed forward like a jackhammer and Slade wasn't able to block all the jabs. He managed to move back to get more fighting room. And when his arms started to stiffen up, the aged woman smiled knowingly as she took on a superior air. Surprised, son-in-law? Let me explain. That speed technique I used was an ancient method called chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Now I know that you possess superhuman strength. However, even the mightiest of warriors cannot withstand Amazon's shiatsu, and I am a master of manipulating nerve impulses. The chestnut technique allowed me to strike many of your arm's pressure points, causing temporary paralysis. You will regain the use of your limbs within an hour, but I will have won this match long before that. Surrender now and accept your fate. Don't bet on it. Slade retorted as he shot forward and started throwing a dozen fast punches. Kulong was shocked by his speed, and as she blocked the blows, she noted that his arms had faint, green-white lines running over the skin. She was forced back a bit, then took several small hops to get even more distance. Slade smiled a bit as he felt the Tekka circuits in his body realign the key pathways in his body, releasing his arms from their forced paralysis. He had to give the old crone credit. If he didn't have his Tekkaman powers, her attack might have given her the win, or at the very least put him at a disadvantage. As for Kulon, she immediately realized that Slade was formidable, even without his armor. Her granddaughter had not been exaggerating when she had described her commander's fighting skills and powers. It seemed that she would have to use her strongest techniques. She started to build up her ki, which caused Slade's senses to go on full alert. Not wanting to find out what kind of attack she was going to use, he charged in. He hoped he could finish the fight before she could power up. At that moment, Kulon let loose with her attack. HIOIUSHOD in hot exclamation point double quote. In another part of the station, Jusenkyo ran frantically through the hallways. She had just gotten a message from her grandmother, stating that she would be discussing the matter of Amazon law with Slade. Those words immediately had her running like mad, as she searched for her only living relative. Jusenkyo loved her grandmother dearly, as she had raised her, following the deaths of her Oma and Fama, both of whom had died in a shuttle accident. The girl had always been fascinated by the old woman's tales of her Amazon heritage. And yet, she never really felt as an Amazon herself, as the laws of the warrior women had not been upheld in centuries. Many of the descendants of the Jusenkyo had felt the same way since immigrating into space. Since meeting up with Slade, Jusenkyo had been nursing feelings of admiration and perhaps even affections toward him. However, as time went on, and with Ida, Jura and Mia getting even closer toward him, especially after becoming Tekkaman themselves, Kulon's granddaughter had felt that she was outmatched against her competition. She had just recently decided to end her infatuation with him. Then her grandmother dropped that bomb on her concerning Amazon laws, and how she was going to force Slade to follow them. As formidable as Kulon was with the ancient fighting secrets of the Jusenkyo, she was still no match against Tekkaman Slade. She had to stop her ancestor before things got out of hand. Then, as arrived at the open area where the residential sectors were, she saw the tornado that many of the residents of Heaven's Haven were started by the sudden gust of wind that was stirred up within the residential area. A bright light flared like a sunburst as oars clashed with each other. Then, as suddenly as the wind came up, it died down, along with the light. In the center of the residential area, a large depression in the ground was seen. The metal plates had nearly buckled under the drastic increase in pressure. At the center of the depression was a wrinkled old woman, lying on her back, her robes in tatters. Beside her, the gnarled, wooden cane had been snapped in two. She had a shocked expression on her face. A short distance from her, Slade was kneeling and trying to catch his breath. His jacket had several tears in it, and he had several smudges on his face, as well as a couple dozen bruises on his body, which were already starting to heal. For a long time, neither one spoke as they tried to process in their minds what had just happened. Finally, the Tekkaman broke the silence. "Not bad, Granny. Not bad at all." It was at that time Jusenkyo came onto the scene and ran toward her fallen grandmother. Later Slade took a deep breath as he turned to face Jusenkyo and her grandmother. After the fight, they had gotten the old woman to the emergency ward of the pirate base. To everyone's surprise, Kulon was no worse for wear, other than a few bruises, a minor sprain, and some skin scrapes, despite being nearly a century old. This made the Tekkaman feel even more respect toward her, not only as his elder, but also for her skill and tenacity. Currently, Kulon was in a hospital bed with her granddaughter by her side. Jusenkyo had given Nodoka-san an earful, accusing him of hurting an old woman and such. However, before she could get any further, the elder Amazon immediately told her to be silent. When the girl calmed down, there had been a long silence before the Amazon elder addressed her opponent. "My granddaughter should understand that it was my decision to confront you concerning our Amazon laws, and that you did nothing wrong. You disputed the validity of the laws and challenged me accordingly. And though it pains me to admit it, you did defeat me. Therefore, Ymir is satisfied, and you are released from your obligations." "Grandmother, Jusenkyo began. The elderly member of the Jutsuzoku waved a hand at her, stopping her in mid-sentence. "I wish to have a few words with Slade in private." When she noted the apprehensive expression on her granddaughter's face, she gave her a warm smile. "Do not worry, child. I am fine and I had no intention of starting another battle today. I only wish to ask him a few questions. Please leave us alone for a while." The younger female gave her a relatively lingering gaze, before nodding and left the room. Once she was gone and the door was firmly shut, Kulon addressed Slade with a firm tone. "I must know. How did you defeat the Rising Dragon Ascension Wave? It is one of the most powerful and secret of our tribe's techniques. You are referring to that tornado you made, right?" When she nodded, Slade thought back to the battle, then explained what he had done. "I got to admit, you caught me off guard with that one. The more I struggled against it, the more intense the winds became. Then I realized that the best way to counter it was to not fight it at all. I figured that the technique feeds on the aggressive energy of the opponent. Did I get that right?" Jusenkyo's grandmother remained silent for a minute, then nodded. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to tell you, since it appears that you already understand the basics of the technique. You are correct. The Hirishoten does depend on the aggressive energy as you put it, or in more accurate terms, the hot energy or ki of the opponent's battle aura. By using my cold or calm aura as a counteragent, I am able to combine the two differing temperatures and create a kind of funnel effect. The stronger or hotter the battle aura is, the more powerful the effect becomes. So tell me your solution to the technique. Well, since I figured out that my battle aura was feeding the technique, it only made sense to power down to reduce it. Once the temperature difference decreased, the winds died down, allowing me to drop toward you. When I was close enough to you, I took a shot with on-key projectile and well you know what happened afterwards. Indeed. I didn't have the time to repeat the technique again. Your fighting instincts served you well this day. A pity that you will not marry my Jusenkyo. What fine great-grandchildren you two would have given to me. Slade became extremely nervous at the mention of having children, especially with his own mother constantly hinting that he should go forth and multiply. Then he started to think about Jura, Mia and Dinah, whom he felt that he had the closest of bonds. Later after finishing his discussion with Gulan, Slade also smoothed things over with her granddaughter. After given some time to cool off, Jusenkyo was glad that her relative was well and that she was no longer pressing the issue with the ancient Amazon laws. Though she did admit to the white Tekkaman that she had some special feelings toward him, she and Slade agreed to just remain friends. As Slade walked down the hallways toward the quarters he was assigned to on Heaven's Haven, he began to ponder his future once the war with the Radam was finished. Would it be so bad to finally stop his planet-hopping ways? If he did decide to set down his roots on Tarak, then what would he do? Would he spend the rest of his life alone or with someone beside him? He then got another series of images of Jura, Dinah and Mia in his head. His cheeks blushed a bit as certain naughty thoughts came to mind. Shaking his head to clear it, he continued on his way, as he wondered if there was any other major event, other than the Radam invasion, coming in the near future. Actually, there was Jura, Mia and Dinah were in a state of shock as they stood in the Nirvana's conference room with Magno, BC and Gascogni. They had just been informed of the details of Magno's secret operation. "Is this true, Captain?" Mia asked. The aged pirate nodded as she explained. "Yes. This operation has been given the highest of priorities by Grandpa and Grandma themselves. I had withheld this information from the crew to ensure its secrecy, given the nature that everyone on the Nirvana are prone to gossip. However, as the time of the operation is tomorrow, I am authorized to inform the three of you, so that you can relay the message to the others. I will make certain that my son knows as well, when the time comes. But it starts tomorrow?" Jura said in confusion. "That doesn't give us much time to prepare. All the essential preparations have been taken care of," the former wife of Genma assured. "Just make certain that the Dread, Vandread and engineering stations are aware. Gascogni has already informed everyone in the supply station. As for your own personal preparations, even Magno aka Nodoka gave the three girls a smile. Well, that's entirely up to you. Each girl looked at each other with astonished expressions as their hearts started beating at rapid rates. Tomorrow was going to be busy. In the engineering station. An hour later. You want me to do what? Parfait asked in confusion after hearing Jura's request. She was currently sitting at her console with the former Dread pilot standing next to her. Jura smiled and nodded. Yes. It's for tomorrow. I need to have it done by tonight. Can you do it? The bespectacled girl shrugged her shoulders. Well, yeah, I could do that. No sweat. But why would you want me to do such a thing? I mean, I got into trouble the last time. This is different. Perfect. The blonde insisted. Please. Can you get this done fast? We don't have much time, especially since the operation will begin tomorrow afternoon. Well, you got a point. I mean, I was totally shocked when you told me about it. Can you do it? Jura pressed, while giving the head of engineering a very cute bout. Well, okay. Parfait swiveled in her chair and faced her control monitor. She then started to enter commands into the system. It's a good thing that I can access the section from here, so I don't have to go down there to make the adjustments. Considering what you're asking, it's going to take some very strong overrides. After a few minutes of inputting access codes and detailed programs, the young engineer nodded in satisfaction. There. That should do it. The voluptuous girl smiled impishly at the screen. So this will do the job at the time I stated? Yeah, it'll do what you wanted. Oh, I can't guarantee it'll hold, considering. Parfait paused for a moment, then said, well, you know what I mean. It'll hold long enough for what I had planned. Jura stated with confidence. Thanks, Parfait. You're the best. Jura then walked away happily back to her quarters, leaving Parfait with a slightly apprehensive expression. I hope things do turn out well. I'd hate to have to send in the repair crews to fix the mess. If this plan doesn't work out in her own quarters, Mia paced about and puzzled over what to do. Never had she been given a chance to take part in such an important operation, and she had to admit that the captain had come up with quite a plan. And to have kept it a secret for so long, especially from the gossiping crew, was a monumental achievement in itself. Now the big question was, how was she going to handle it? In her own room, Ida happily began constructing her own preparations for the coming operation. She hadn't felt so giddy since the Christmas party last year, and now she would be able to go all out and showcase her talents. As she went through several of her things, she let off an excited cry as she found the perfect item. On the fire-hard old gun nodded as he continued to drill the Brawler Brigade on the new maneuvers he had been ordered to train them in. They had been going at it for several hours, and some of the members were more than bewildered at the strange motions they were practicing. Sir? Sosai called out. What is it, Sergeant? The older man asked. The squadron and I would like to know why we are practicing such odd moves. They don't conform to any known hand-to-hand manuals. And some of these moves strangely requires us to work in close proximity with a partner. Are you finding the motions difficult to master? Well, no, they're not that hard to learn. They do have some coordination benefits and they're good for cardiovascular exercise. What the men really want to know is why Grandpa specifically ordered us to master these strange moves by tomorrow. And why did he specifically request that all crew members of the Fireheart to be in attendance at the pirate base? To tell you the truth, Sergeant, I don't have all the details myself, other than the fact that Captain Dara ordered all personnel to be there at 1800 hours. The veteran Vandread pilot then changed the subject. Oh, and by the way, did you assemble all the men who have those certain requirements he asked for? Yes, sir. We don't have any in the Brawler Brigade, but we did find about a dozen or so individuals in the engineering and navigation sections that fit the bill. Oh, why Captain Dar would want those people specifically, ours is not to question why, Sergeant. Old Gun stated. These orders come from Grandpa himself, so it's up to the captain and the crew to carry them out. Sure. So Sykes saluted out the captain's office. It seems that all personnel are on schedule and we should be able to commence the operation without any problems, Captain Dar said as he sat at his desk and read over the report. He then addressed his second-in-command, who was sitting opposite to him. Wouldn't you say so, Commander Sean? Ika nodded, though she was still getting used to her recent rise in rank. She glanced briefly at the new pin on her collar, which designated her as a full commander. Yes, Captain, though I must admit that I'm a bit surprised. In what way? Ika paused for a long moment before responding. Permission to speak freely, sir. Jensen nodded. Granted. The Megele officer collected her thoughts briefly before answering. I must admit that when we were told of the purpose of this mission, I had some misgivings concerning the men and how they would react to such an event. I see. And those misgivings were based on what Megele intelligence had on Tarak's society. Am I correct? The former commander of the Crimson Twilight nodded, impressed with man's insight. Yes, sir. Tarak men are not, no offense intended, known to partake in such activities. No offense taken, Commander. I can understand your concern. Officially, the citizens of Tarak do not partake in such activities, since they are not considered as unique or special. However, unofficially, we do have times in which we readily participate in such things, and here on the Fireheart, as you may have already learned, we don't always go by the book. The captain then reached down into a desk drawer and took out a small, clear flask and 2 shot glasses. What is that? Ika inquired. Jensen gave her a devilish smile that made him seem even more darkly handsome. This is one example of what I mean by not going by the book. It's a special brew made by Master Sergeant Fulson. He gave it to me after my first year on the Fireheart. Once in a while, when I need to relax and I'm off duty, I take a shot or 2. I had the flask with a cautious eye. Now there was some really questionable stuff. The color of the liquid was a light lavender, and it seemed to be constantly fizzing. Every now and then, it would darken, then lighten in tone, as if it couldn't decide on what shade it should be. Then she remembered back to when one of the new Megele Vandread pilots had told her about old guns training methods. That, Ika said slowly, wouldn't happen to be one of the special concoctions that Master Sergeant Folsom uses to train the Vandread recruits, would it? This? The Fireheart's captain shook his head, while still smiling. No, this is far more potent than what he gives to trainees. It's something like those alcoholic beverages that you women enjoy from time to time. However, this stuff has a lot more kick to it. This is more intoxicating than wine. Jensen nodded. I sampled some of your beverages when your people first came to our planet. That stuff you call vodka? It's a little light for me. Light? He thinks Megele vodka is light. She couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Megele vodka was based on the ancient Russian version of Old Earth. The alcohol content of Megele vodka was 65% or 130 proof. So what was the alcohol content of this Tarak drink? Captain Dar smiled as he began pouring out the drink into the shot glasses. On the Fireheart, we call old guns brew torpedo juice. Since we're both off duty now, care to join me? Ika looked down at the offered glass, then looked up at her captain as he held out his drink. Technically speaking, she didn't have to partake in it. However, she didn't want to show any disrespect to her superior. Taking a deep breath, she took up her own drink and held it up. Cheers! She drank down the contents of the glass in one swallow. Then she promptly passed out. Later that evening Ika woke with a massive migraine and found herself in the sick bay. She was on a cot and saw that the man attending her was the Broad Brigade's medic, Jusenkyo. Standing beside him was her captain. Ah, good. You've awakened. Jensen nodded to her. Ooh. She rubbed her temples with her fingers as she sat up. The pain was comparable to having 1,000 knives stabbing into her brain. Though she was not a strong drinker by any means, she had not been expecting old guns brew to have the ability to knock her out with one shot glass. Steady there, Commander. Certainly advised as he noted that she was still somewhat under the effects of her drink. You're still feeling the kick of torpedo juice. It's not something first-timers drink all at once. How did you? Ika stammered, as she tried to process what had just happened to her. I didn't need the captain to tell me when he brought you in here. Your breath had the telltale scent of old gun specialty brew. The medic explained. It's a good thing I had some of his wake-up formula to inject into you. You would have been out for another 2 days. You've done this before, I take it. She groaned. The medic nodded. Yes. As part of the Broad Brigade, I've had a taste of all of old gun's training specials and his torpedo juice. Personally, I normally don't take more than 1 shot a week. Why do you call it torpedo juice? I've had the strongest vodkas on Megele and nothing came close to knocking me out like that stuff. Jin shrugged. Well, we're not sure what's in that stuff. Like all of Folsom's mixtures, torpedo juice defies the chemical analyzer. I even ran it through a Megele analyzer and I still don't know all of its components. It's strong enough to actually be used as fuel for plasma torpedoes. All I can tell you is that torpedo juice has the highest alcohol content that a human can consume and survive. You have my admiration, Commander. Thanks, I think. Jensen smiled at his first officer, then his expression became more serious. My apologies, Commander Sean. I wouldn't have offered you a drink if I knew that you would have that kind of reaction. Ika waved off his apology. It's all right, Captain. One thing I can say about the men of Tarak. You sure know how to make one hell of a cocktail. Double quote. The day of the operation, Slade let off a sigh as he headed toward the building where Magno had asked him to meet. Things had gotten very quiet in the last few days, and he begun to miss the constant battles with the harvesters and the Radam. Things had gotten boring. At that moment, he was met by his mother near the front of the building's entrance. The elderly woman waved to him. "My son, how are you this day?" "Hello, Mom." Slade was still unused to calling her as such, but Magno had insisted that he do so when they were alone. She invited him into the building and started to converse with him. "I am sorry that we have not been able to spend more time together," Magno said as she and her firstborn walked down the hallway. "I have been very busy with a certain operation that was of the highest priority from Grandpa and Grandma." "Yeah, I heard," Slade said while nodding. This surprised his mother. "You have?" The white Tekkaman shrugged. "Well, I have heard that you and some other people are involved in some kind of secret mission, but I don't know any of the details." Magno relaxed a bit after hearing this. "I see. Well, you are correct. And for obvious reasons, I cannot tell you exactly what it is at this time. Hey, I understand. It's all for the good of the people of Megele and Tarak. So I'll assume it's some kind of secret strategy to defeat the Radam, right?" Slade's mother gave her offspring a whimsical smile and replied, "Actually, I can tell you that the mission has nothing to do with the military." "What?" "In truth, the operation is concerned with the aftermath of the war." "Oh." Slade pondered her reply for a moment, then nodded. "I get it. I guess we can't expect the war to last forever, and since Megele is gone, the women are going to have to get used to living on Tarak." "Correct. And it would be in everyone's best interests if the two genders are able to cooperate with each other. So far, they have been doing just that, and very nicely I might add. So it was decided by both sides to engage in more activities together to promote this unity. Wouldn't you agree?" "That makes sense. But what can both sides do together? Were you planning on some kind of group project?" "Well, you could call it that. Actually, we were considering more along the lines of something entertaining and enjoyable for both sides." "What could both sides agree on to enjoy?" "Well, you could say that both sides agree when it concerns you, my son. Me. You are considered a hero to both the men of Tarak and the women of Megele. You are also the greatest symbol of the unity between the genders. You represent the future of both our worlds. So, we decided to do this. The two came to a door, in which the pirate captain gestured for her son to open. He did so and stepped into a large, stadium-sized room. Suddenly, large lights came on as the entire area became illuminated. A huge crowd of people jumped out from their hiding places and began cheering, while confetti, colored balloons, and streamers fell from above. Noisemakers sounded, while poppers went off in all directions. The roof of the building retracted, revealing the air above. Flying remote cameras floated about, and focused in on Slade, transmitting his surprised expression all over the world of Tarak, the combined fleets, and Heaven's Haven. Fireworks started going off outside of the pirate base and in all the cities on the desert world. Then a huge banner dropped down above him as all those present cried out, "Happy birthday, Slade." The white Tekkaman stood in total shock as members of the Nirvana crew crowded around him. He looked about and saw long tables laden with food, and in the center of the stadium was a huge, 10-layer cake with white and blue icing. On the top of the cake, there was just one huge candle that was shaped into the numerals 568, which designated his age. Slade looked over his shoulder to his mother and tried to get his mouth to work. After a minute, he finally said, "My birthday is today." Magno smiled and replied, "Who else but your mother would know?" Slade didn't have time to say anything else as Jura, Ida and Mia tackled him to the floor and began hugging and kissing him. In the background, Old Gun shouted out while holding up a mug of his torpedo juice. "All right, everyone. Let's party." To be continued. Author's notes. Well, that takes care of this part of Chapter 13. And now we are going to get more into the relationships between Slade/Ranma and the other girls, as well as a few other couples as well. Stay tuned for Chapter 13 Part 2, Celebration. One torpedo juice was a beverage created by point boat sailors in World War II. Using the high-grain alcohol fuel in torpedo motors and cleaning fluid, it was strained through a loaf of bread and mixed in with pineapple juice and other fruit juices. We're talking about stuff that makes uncut moonshine seem like lemonade. Old Gun's version is similar, but he uses a stronger derivative of alcohol. No wonder it knocked out the unsuspecting Ikazuchi. Chapter 33 Chapter 13, Part 2, Celebration. Tekkadread. The second stage. Disclaimer: all characters mentioned in this story belong to their respective creators and I am making no money for this. Nuts. Thoughts. Reference to a songfic. Chapter 13 Part 2 Celebration. The desert world was buzzing with activity as everyone joined in on the celebration of Slade's birthday. For the first time in over 100 years, the people of Tarak and Megele were actually enjoying each other's company in plain view. For the men, it was one of the very few times in which they didn't have to conform to rules and regulations. As for the women, they were finally able to enjoy some of the comforts and amusements of their former world of Megele. And much to the surprise of many, the genders soon found out that they had more in common with each other than either side wanted to admit, or was even aware of. Grandpa, Grandma, Magno and many of the other instigators of this shindig spared no expense to provide a wide range of entertainment for the men and women all over the planet and in the combined ships of the Allied Armada. In all of the cities, various stands and carnival-like rides had been set up. Large areas had been converted into amusement parks, complete with shows, games and even air demonstrations by several of the Vanguard squadrons. Many of the Dread pilots were impressed by the acrobatic maneuvers of the male mecha. Who would have thought that the Grim Reapers and the Bloody Bastards could fly as elegantly as the Blue Angels, one of old Earth? The festivities were especially intense on Heaven's Haven as the reason for all the joyous celebration was gently led onto a podium by his mother. Flying cameras immediately zeroed in on Slade's face as images of him was transmitted worldwide and across all channels in the fleet. For a minute, everyone stopped in their jubilation to listen to the impromptu speech. Slade gulped a bit as he found himself to be the center of attentions for billions of viewers. He gave his mother a pleading look, but Magno smiled at her son and silently urged him to face the public. Seeing that he needed to project a confident and encouraging image, he stood up straight and smiled at the cameras. Whom you all probably know me, but for those who don't, I'm Slade Tekkaman. Oh, at one time I used to be a guy named Ranma. I'd like to thank you all for this party, and I hope that everyone here at Heaven's Haven, Tarak and the fleet, enjoy themselves this day. This party is all about my birthday, but I feel that everyone deserves a chance to celebrate and be happy in their lives. The harvesters tried to take that from us, but we did not let them. The Radam are not trying to do the same, but we aren't going to let them either. We already kicked their backsides at K97 and when they come out again, we're going to kick them all the way back to Earth. There was a thunderous cheer and round of applause among the crowds, especially by the men. When the din died down, Slade continued. But for now, I think we've all earned a chance to relax and have some fun. People may think I'm the hero, but I believe that everyone in the Allied Armada are heroes, men and women alike. We've shown the enemy the power of our unity and I believe it to be greater than 1,000,000 Tekkaman. That's what I learned during my time on the Nirvana, and I truly believe in it. This isn't just about my birthday. It's about the birth of a bright future for the men of Tarak, the women of Megele and the human race itself. When the enemy comes, we're going to give him hell. For today, let's all enjoy a bit of heaven. Another thunderous roar of approval and applause echoed throughout Heaven's Haven, as well on the planet below and on the vessels in space. The festivities then restarted with gusto. After Slade's speech, the peoples of Tarak, Megele and several other worlds in the Alliance mingled and took part in the activities that were being conducted. There's some surprises and events that were especially notably on Heaven's Haven, so this is torpedo juice, huh? Vascogni said as she studied the large bottle in front of her. She was currently sitting at a small table opposite to the old gun. Crowding around them were some members of the Nirvana's supply station and a few of the Broad Brigade pilots. The grizzled Vanguard veteran grinned at the head supplier, who had the audacity to challenge him to a drinking contest. Old Gun had put all of his previous challengers under the table, though he did like Vascogni's sassy attitude. "So you think you're up to it?" The muscled woman smirked back at him, while taking out a bottled red liquid and placing it on the table, next to the flask of torpedo juice. "That all depends. Do you think you can handle my red fury?" The girls in crowds gasped in fear and shock. Those who had tasted Vascogni's mixture compared it to chugging 2 bottles of Megele vodka all at once. Red Fury? Folsom wondered. "What's that supposed to be?" "It's my own special brand. This isn't like that weak Megele vodka they sold back home." "Interesting. I'd like to try it. And I'd like to give that torpedo juice a shot." "All right. Let's make things interesting. We'll take turns drinking each other's specialty. First one who drops, loses. Deal?" Vascogni nodded as she promptly uncorked the bottle of torpedo juice, poured herself a shot glass and drank it down in one swallow. The beverage immediately burned down her throat, and it felt to her as if she had swallowed molten lead. Though she was taken by surprise at the torpedo juice's fierce bite, which caused her to cough a bit, she soon got herself under control and set the glass down. She straightened up and nodded to her opponent. "Not bad," Hicker commented. He had to give the woman credit. She was one of the few people who hadn't passed out immediately after the first shot. He then opened the bottled Red Fury, poured himself a glass and knocked it back. He felt a moderate stabbing sensation in his throat, but he dismissed the feeling as he put his glass down. Both sides of the crowd were in shock. A woman who was still conscious after drinking torpedo juice. A man who was not coughing up his guts after having a glass of Red Fury. Were they even human? Vascogni then poured herself another shot in another part of Heaven's Haven. "What the heck are these things?" Jin asked as he looked at the strange machines in an open area of Heaven's Haven. Each device was a raised platform with large, holographic screen in front. He noted that there were 4 large, square buttons, arranged in a cross pattern. He also saw that the screen was displaying patterns of arrows while a rhythmic sound was being played. 3. Despite the harsh, living conditions of Tarak, the men did know what music was. Although, the majority of music that Jin ever heard was from the Broad Brigade, and normally they sang after having several rounds of Old Gun's torpedo juice. The young medic shuddered at the memories. The music he heard from the machines, however, were actually pleasant to listen to. Then he watched in amazement as several women mounted the platforms and began to follow the patterns of arrows, which corresponded to the positions of the large buttons. With each correctly timed step, The screens displayed increasing scores. With every misstep, there were a series of bleeps and red flashes, as the screens showed scores being deducted. I get it, Jim thought. It's some kind of what did they call it again? Oh yes. They called it dancing. The object of the game is to follow the arrows in time with the rhythm, and the more you hit the steps in time, the higher your score. It kind of reminds me of the maneuver drills old gun puts us through. Looks like fun, after considering the activity. The Brawler Brigade's medic decided to get involved. Spotting an empty machine, he walked over to it and stepped onto the platform. The women gave the newcomer a strange look. The man was actually going to attempt to compete in their hollow dance-off. The machine immediately activated as soon as Jin stepped on the platform. It registered his name and set him at level 1. The observing females giggled a bit. There was no way a man could move with as much grace as a woman. This wasn't going to be pretty. Then Jin made his first step. Then another step. Then another step. The screen flashed vividly as the pace increased. The women's expressions turned from amusement to shock as the Tarak man blazed through the level with ease. A minute later the song ended as the holographic display declared his score. 100% hit rate. A perfect score from someone who had never played the game in his life. At that moment, the women realized that they had serious competition. And speaking of competitions, the main party where Slade happened to be in, was now introducing them into a new form of entertainment, karaoke. Jura took the center stage as she held up a microphone, then blew a kiss to the birthday boy, making him blush as a spotlight shone down on his table. We're all celebrating a special occasion for a very special person. The alliance between Megele and Tarak would never have taken place if it weren't for him. And as we said before, we should all enjoy ourselves tonight. Even though the men and women have been living together for some time now, there are still some things that either side do not about the other. Well, there is one thing that everyone should know about girls. In short, girls just wanna have fun. Don't you? The huge speakers behind her started blaring out an upbeat techno tune as other members of the Nirvana crew came out to sing as a chorus line with the blonde Tekkaman *****. Check out song fic 4. Girls just wanna have fun ******. In total amazement, the men gaped as various women started to contort and sway all over the floor in front of the stage. They had never seen or heard such a thing. What was even more amazing that several of the males started to move in tune with the music as well. Slowly, but surely, the citizens of Tarak began to lose their inhibitions and began the ancient ritual of dancing. When Jura finally ended her song and the music faded away, there was a thunderous applause from both sides. She gave them a graceful bow, then gestured to Slade. "Happy birthday, Slade. This is just one of the gifts that I want to give to you." The former Sodom swallowed a bit at the hidden message, then smiled while shaking his head. He then got up and walked toward the stage. Taking up another microphone, he addressed her and the crowds. "Well, That was quite the present, Jura, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Now, I think that there are some things that needs to be known about the men as well. And if there's one thing they'll all agree on is that they are strong in their hearts and minds, and if you don't agree, then you'd better beat it. Slade then took out a small computer data file and inserted it into the speaker system. As with Jura, the speakers began playing out hard, rock and roll music. Asterisk 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 check out song fic 5. Beat it asterisk asterisk asterisk. The women became especially surprised that a man could sing so well, and the fact that several of them had some interesting dance moves. Especially that move when it appeared that Slade was walking forward but was moving backward. Like Jura's song, the music slowly faded away as the Tekkaman polished off the remaining chords. There was another thunderous applause as the men and women demanded for more at that moment. A certain, blue-haired, former Dread pilot decided to sing out her feelings for him. Mia stood alone on the stage and fidgeted nervously for a few seconds before taking up the microphone. She addressed the crowds and especially Slade. I would like to first wish Slade a happy birthday today. I'd have to admit that when he first came aboard the Nirvana and became a part of the crew, I was like every other person from Megele. I didn't believe that men and women could work together. But despite all the arguments, the fights, and the harsh treatment that we had given to him and the other men, he still stuck with us. As I remember back to those times, I feel a bit ashamed of how I myself had treated him. And now, like we all are, I feel blessed and very fortunate that he's with us. This is my gift to you, Slade. It was my favorite song when I was growing up. We can't really dance to it, but I think we can still enjoy it all the same. Mia then signaled to the karaoke machine to play her selection as she began to sing. Soft music began to play, giving all dancers to sit down and relax. The former Dread pilot was later joined by Jura and Dinah. Asterisk 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 check out song fic 6. If I could turn back time asterisk 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 afterwards, the crowds let off an appreciative round of applause. The three took a bow and left the stage to sit down. At that point, Captain Jusenkyo decided to take the microphone as he was joined by several of his crew members on the raised platform. Near the back of the audience, his first officer and several of her crew from the Crimson Twilight gaped in amazement. They weren't actually going to. Jensen waved to the crowds and spoke. I must admit that the people from Megele and the Nirvana certainly know how to have fun. Now I think it's time to show everyone that the Fireheart crew knows a thing or two about how to party. And here's a message from us to the Radam. We're all going to fight with everything we've got. And anything they throw at us, we're not gonna take it. The karaoke machine then started an up-tempo beat as Jensen and his crew sang out their defiance toward the enemy and emphasized the unity of the two genders. Asterisk 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 check out song fic 7. We're not gonna take it asterisk asterisk asterisk. The song made dancers come back onto the dance floor with a vengeance as patriotism and cooperation reached a new high. The entire building rocked with the beat of hundreds of feet and voices. The music eventually faded away as the song ended. There was an enormous roar of approval and applause as the Firehearts crew took their bows down. Meanwhile, get ready to give up? Gascogni asked as she turned over her 29th shot glass. She was having a bit of trouble as objects began to look blurry. Old Gun shook his head, though slightly and steadily. Bert shot number 29 and still feeling fine. Both rivals poured themselves another round of torpedo juice and red fury dab at the hollow dance-off. Large groups of females were panting and dropping out of the competition as the Brawler Brigade's medic continued to follow the blinking foot patterns without pause. Many women decided that he was some kind of inhuman monster to be able to keep pace with the increasing rhythms and sequences. Was he ever going to drop? The Megele woman who manned a shooting gallery stand winced as one customer continued to hit bullseye after bullseyes. What was more unbelievable was the fact that while the other players were shooting from the counter, this character was nailing the targets from over 50 feet from the stand. Tenson McFile shrugged his shoulders as he continued to pick off the targets with ease. In his right hand, he held the BB rifle and snapshot each round. He barely took any time between shots to aim. He couldn't understand why the Megele women thought this was a challenging game. This was a lot easier than shooting sand mites off a plate of food pellets at 200 feet. Feeling that it was too easy, he decided to up the ante by turning his back to the stand, swinging the rifle over his shoulder and taking out a small pocket mirror. At the counter, the operator stared in disbelief. Oh, come on now. There's no way he could. Ping, ping, ping. 3 more targets were knocked off as Tuero's father aimed with the mirror while shooting backward. It was at that time that Barnett approached the gallery. When she saw the elder McFile, she thought that she could get into a friendly competition with him. When she saw him pick off targets with a mirror while standing backwards, all she could say was, "Damn." She then decided to go look for his son. Speaking of whom, Tuero looked at the strange treat that Parfait had just handed to him, as they walked down the fairgrounds of Heaven's Haven. This blue, fluffy substance was edible. "What did you call this again?" the Tarak doctor asked. "We call it cotton candy," Parfait replied as she took a bite of her own stick. Taking note of his confused expression, she nodded in understanding. "I guess you wouldn't know since you grew up eating pills, right?" "Oh no. I know what cotton is. I find it very full in cleansing and swabbing wounds. It's also part of the packaging of medicines. I had no idea that it could also be eaten." Parfait shook her head while smiling. "Well, actually that kind of cotton you can't eat. This stuff isn't really made of cotton, it just looks like it. Go ahead and try it." The son of Tenson McFile did just that as he sampled a small piece. He smacked his lips a bit as he mentally analyzed the taste. He nodded and said, "Interesting. It's quite sweet. I would guess that this substance is composed mostly of a form of sucrose. I can't recommend this as a nutritional supplement to one's diet. Well, cotton candy is not supposed to be eaten every day. It's just one of those guilty pleasures that we enjoyed on Megele." Parfat's facial expression became a bit saddened, as she thought about her homeworld, which was now a wasteland, thanks to the Radam. Taking note of her drop in attitude, Poirot gave her a smile and said, "Well, I do admit that this cotton candy is quite a marvel and I believe I will indulge in it. For today, I thank you for introducing me to it." The young engineer brightened up, then pointed to another stand. "Ooh, look over there. They've got a goldfish scooping game." She then began leading the healer toward the stand up back at the main party. Dinah smiled as she took to the stage and gestured to Slade, while adjusting to the crowds. As you may or may not know, Tekkaman Slade was once a really great person named Ranma. Whether he's Ranma or Slade, he's always been there for us. At times, he may drive some of us crazy, but that only means he cares about us, and we care about him. Hey Ranma, you are so fine. You blow my mind. Asterisk. Check out Sonfic 8. Hey Ranma exclamation point asterisk. After the song was finished, and another round of applause, the karaoke machine then started playing some different kind of music, in which the women began inviting the men to join on the floor. When there was a bit of reluctance among the males, mostly due to being unfamiliar with this type of dancing, Jura decided to demonstrate by walking up to Slade and held out her hand to him. The white Tekkaman gulped a bit as he realized that she wanted the first slow dance with him. Given a reassuring nod from his mother, he stood up, gave the blonde a gracious bow and led her onto the dance floor. The Tarak men watched in amazement and a bit of shock as he pressed himself close up to her and started to move slowly with the music top back outside the main party. Barnett wondered just why there was such a huge crowd as she made her way through the masses to the center of the commotion. Then she stared in amazement at the source of the excitement. Poirot knelt down in front of the goldfish scooping game with a small paper hoop in his hand. He gazed upon the tank of fish and other aquatic life. In his other hand was a small bowl of water. With one quick movement, he immediately scooped up 6 fish and had them in the bowl. The way he caught the fish was almost too fast for the human eye to follow. More and more people applauded at Razor's incredible hand-to-eye coordination, which served him well as a doctor, and Tekkaman. Beside him were several dozen water bowls, each filled with fish, and the occasional turtle. Parfait watched with admiration as Poirot continued to show his mastery of the game, despite never having played it before. Then she remembered the time when he skillfully picked off a sandstalker with his knife. She also remembered what Barnett had told her of Poirot's nickname of Razor and how skilled he was at throwing sharp implements. It was obvious that he had inherited his keen eyesight and reflexes from his father. Speaking of whom, the operator of the shooting gallery was at her wit's end. It was unnerving that Tenzin McFile was knocking off his targets at 50 feet from the stand. It was insulting that he picked off bullseyes with his back turned and using a mirror. But what he was attempting to do now was just downright impossible. Tenzin McFile had accepted a dare from a passerby to take out 10 targets with a single shot. Always ready to take on new challenges, he purposely emptied his BB rifle of all of the ammunition, save one. Then he turned about, slung the gun over his shoulder, and took another 20 steps further from the stand. Without even bothering to take out his pocket mirror, he leveled the gun at the correct height and fired. The tiny projectile shattered one target, bounced off the back wall of the gallery, then took out another target, splitting it down the middle. The pieces went flying and took out 2 more targets each. This caused a domino effect as the flying debris hit down a few more targets. When it was all done in less than 2 seconds, 10 targets had been struck. The stand operator bowed down with her head in her hands. With just one shot, that man had wiped her out. Back at the main party, Ika trembled slightly as she was gently led through the slow dance by her superior, Jensen. She had been surprised that he and his men were familiar with this kind of dance step. Then she learned that Old Gun had drilled some of the crew the day before. The former commander of the Crimson Twilight was a bit unnerved to be this close to a man, and she couldn't help how well her body seemed to fit with his. She became especially aware of his muscled frame and how sturdy he was compared to her more supple form. As the music continued, she began to notice other things about her superior. He had the most intriguing shade of great eyes she had ever seen. Being so close to him allowed her to study those depths, and she began to feel a kind of warmth emanating from them. Then her gaze traveled down to the strong jawline and noticed the strange, heady scent he had, which was of course his aftershave. It wasn't like the floral perfumes she was familiar with, but it was a rather musky, though somewhat enticing smell. Then her eyes settled on his lips. Unlike Megele women, his lips were not smeared with gloss or lipstick. They were firm and plain, yet somehow compelling as she slowly, almost inexorably began to feel herself leaning toward them. Ika immediately stopped herself, while banishing such thoughts from her mind. Jensen Dar was merely a man and her temporary superior officer. For the past 2 weeks, she had grown used to being under his command, and though she did come to respect him, that did not mean that she should even consider getting any more closer to him than necessary. Once the war with the Radam was over, she would probably be reassigned and would not likely see him again. So why did she feel so sad at the thought of her eventual departure from the Fireheart and Jensen Dar? There was also something else she had recently found out about him that she had to verify. Back at the drinking contest, Vascogni shook her head after just barely downing her 47th shot glass of torpedo juice. At this point, just keeping her thoughts coherent was near impossible. Who would have thought that Tarak could come up with such a potent beverage? Every time she took a shot, it felt as if she was swallowing a river of lava. On the other side of the table, Old Gun smirked unsteadily after taking down his 48th glass of Red Fury. Though he was keeping up a strong appearance, the alcohol and gas Cogni's drink was starting to get to him. Unlike torpedo juice, which hit a person's tolerance at once like an avalanche, Red Fury snuck up on a person when he/she least expected it. However, he wasn't going to give up until he put this tough Megele pirate under the table. With that, he upped the ante by pouring out 2 shots of Red Fury and drank them down in rapid succession, putting him 3 glasses ahead of Cogni. The head supplier of the Nirvana let off a growl. Damn! With that she poured out 3 shots of torpedo juice and downed them one after another. The crowds who were watching gasped in absolute disbelief. These people were still conscious after 50 shots of Red Fury and torpedo juice. The contest began to come to its climax as both simultaneously began pouring out their next shot at the gaming stalls. Perfect hugged the large stuffed animal in her arms as she and Puero walked down the street. The good doctor had won the grand prize after sweeping all the competition at the goldfish game. Thank you, Duro. I always wanted one of these, the bespectacled girl said excitedly. Yes, you're quite welcome. Oh, I don't really see the appeal of winning this as a prize. He held up a similar stuffed animal. The prize had been a set. It was then that they were met by a certain dread pilot. Puero immediately noticed her expression on her face as one of slight anger and displeasure. He also noted the slight expression in Perfect's eyes. Though he still didn't understand the subtle nuances of female behavior, he correctly assumed that Barnet was not happy over the fact that he was with Perfect. Hoping to diffuse a potential conflict, he smiled and greeted her. Barnet, how very nice to see you. Are you enjoying the celebration? Barnet put on her best demeanor as she didn't want to cause any trouble, especially on Slade's birthday. Ah, it's good to see you. Where are you too? Perfect. So I hear that you won the grand prize at the goldfish game. She had the stuffed toy in the engineer's arms and wished that the doctor had won it for her. Puero then stepped forward and handed her the stuffed doll in his possession to her. Here. I want you to have this. This caught her off guard, and Barnet's cheeks began to become slightly pink. For me? Yes, well I certainly can't keep it in my office on the Nirvana or in my quarters here, so I thought you might have it. Do you like it? I did my best to win it. Yes. It's cute. Thank you. With this simple act, Puero had annoyingly smoothed things over between the two rivals, at least for a time. Speaking of smoothing things over, after the first slow dance had ended, Jensen and Ika had moved off to look at the view on a nearby balcony. At that point, the worldwide party was now into its early evening hours on their side of the planet, as more fireworks were being shot off into the night sky. Beautiful, Ika commented as she watched the colored displays. She and her commander were leaning against the rail. Yes, it's pretty. Jensen agreed. Normally we don't indulge in this sort of thing very often, but I'd say that the occasion warrants it. I mean, we did win a great victory and the men and women seem to be getting along well enough. Yes, who would have believed that we could cooperate like this? It hasn't been that long since the genders were bitter enemies. Indeed. Though there are some old wounds that haven't healed completely yet. The Fireheart's captain remarked as he remembered that some of the upper brass in the Tarak armed forces were stubbornly sticking to the century-old belief that women were the enemy. The truce between the sexes was considered as a necessary and temporary evil that they would endure, until the Radam were defeated. Ika nodded in agreement as she remembered many of the Megele officers resented the idea of serving aboard Tarak vessels, while their own ships had been reduced into salvaged material. She herself was still nursing one particular grudge against the men. Despite having read the crew listing of the destroyer formerly known as the Fireheart, she was still unaware that the man who had defeated her 2 years ago was standing next to her. At that moment, Jensen decided that it was time to get things out in the open. He needed the full cooperation of everyone aboard his vessel, and though it would have been better for him not to tell her of that incident, the Tarak man felt that it wasn't right to withhold that information from his second-in-command. Ikazuchi had proven herself as a capable and open-minded officer. If she was willing to follow Tarak lifestyles and compromise, then she deserved to know the truth. "What's that?" Ika asked as she plunged up at a streak of light that was moving toward the horizon. It was differently colored from the exploding fireworks and moved at an odd angle. Dar looked up in the direction she was indicating and recognized the light. That's the ion signature of a Class B destroyer's engines. Looks like one of the ships is heading toward a suborbital station for maintenance and resupply. Really? The silver-haired female's face took on an introspective expression as she gazed upon the descending light. At that point, the young man took a deep breath as he knew what she was thinking of. Then he said in a quiet tone, "The first Fireheart was a Class A destroyer. Those types of ships give off a reddish-orange ion thrust signature." "I know," the first officer said. "I saw one up close just before it was about to destroy the Crimson Twilight, but it didn't." "Really?" "Yes, and that's what had me thinking for a long time. At first, I was angry at being defeated, and I assumed that the commander of the ship had spared me and my crew as an insult, knowing that he had the upper hand. But then, I read the reports concerning that ship." "You did?" "Yes, it was just after the Battle of K-97. I decided to research the vessel that had beaten me, and the reports stated that the captain and most of his senior staff were killed during the first attack on the ship. As a result, a junior officer took command, and what was that term again? Oh yes, he bushwhacked me." "I see." Jensen became very quiet at this revelation. He began to suspect that his first officer knew more than she let on, but he had to make certain. "So, did the reports mention the name of that junior officer?" Ika shook her head. "No. That information was deemed as classified and I did not have the authority to access it. The Fireheart's captain relaxed slightly at this bit of information, though considering that Ika had shown to be exceptionally insightful, he had to watch his responses carefully. The officer was promoted to captain after the incident, on the basis of his strategic victory and for saving the lives of his crew. Ika continued. That was when I found out the reason why that ship hadn't destroyed mine when it had the chance. And what reason was that? His ship was low on power and fuel. It only had enough energy to either fire its main guns or to make it back to Tarak space. The officer chose to go home and save his crew. He chose mercy and the welfare of his fellows over certain victory. That fact surprised me. In what way? As you know, we women of Megele considered men as just barbaric savages. No offense, mind you, and we didn't even think that they were capable of compassion. And now what do you think of them now? Well, I will admit that many of the men of Tarak are quite rough, but that doesn't mean that they're no less human than anyone else. I will say that some men I've met are very open-minded, insightful, shrewd, exceptionally gifted and can be sensitive and show great kindness. Her eyes then gazed deeply into her captain's, and I find those qualities to be very appealing. All of a sudden, Jensen tensed up again at her words as she stepped closer to him. He gulped slightly and said, "That's really good to hear. So, you never did learn that officer's name? So what do you plan on doing if you ever meet with him?" Ika smiled as she took one more step closer to him, tilted her head up slightly until their faces were mere centimeters from each other, then leaned forward. Jensen's mental functions momentarily halted as their lips came together. A sudden warmth flooded his entire body as Ika kissed him. Then as suddenly as they began, she pulled away from him and smiled at his dumbstruck expression. The Tarak captain trembled a bit at his first kiss with a Megele woman. Then again, it was his first kiss ever in his life. He shook his head to clear it and then asked in shock, "You plan to do that to the man who defeated you?" Ika's smile became even more pronounced. "Yes, and I just kissed the man who defeated me." Oh! Ika giggled slightly at her superior's sudden embarrassment. "The file didn't mention your name, but I had engineer Yanisk do some background research on you. It appears that you were promoted to captain's rank a week after the date on the file. I also learned that you had previously served on the destroyer Fireheart, and you were present during the attack. That's too much of a coincidence. And I do recall you wanting to tell me something about that incident before the battle at K97. You know. Yes. It looks my woman's intuition was right. Now the big question is, what do we do now?" Was Jensen's intelligent reply. At the hollow dance off, the Megele judge couldn't believe that she was actually handing the first place trophy to a man. However, she couldn't deny that the Brawler Brigade's medic had outpaced even the best players at the hollow dance game. His stamina and precise movements easily made him the champion of the competition. However, as Jin accepted the award, He had also attracted the attention of several females, who were impressed by the grace and dexterity he had displayed. Who knew that a man could move so smoothly? One female in particular gazed upon the humble, yet strong-willed healer with interest. She was a minor corporal from the Dread Squadron that was now part of the Fireheart's crew. She had short, blonde hair that was in a page boy style, and light, green eyes. She was about 3 inches shorter than Jin, and had a slender figure. She wore the standard uniform of the Megele Space Fighter Corps. As the winner of the Hollow Dance-Off waved to the applauding crowd and prepared to depart, she rose from her seat and headed toward him. She then put on a gentle smile and tapped him on the shoulder. "Hello." Jin turned about and greeted his unexpected admirer. "Oh hi. I was very impressed by your victory. Then again, if I had your stamina and precision, I'd have won easily too." The young medic felt a bit of a hitch in his chest from the praise, and gave her an embarrassed grin. It was nothing. When you're a part of the Brawler Brigade, you either keep up with the guys, or old Gun will make you run laps until you throw up. He winced at his lack of manners. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound so." The woman waved it off. "Not at all. One of my colleagues happens to be a Vandread trainee, and she told me about the infamous training methods of the Brawler Brigade. Yeah, well, it's because of those training methods that a person's stamina is enhanced." "I see. So is it really true that Master Sergeant Folsom's special mix tastes like plasma coolant?" Jin let off an amused chuckle. "If I had a choice, I'd rather drink plasma coolant than one of old Gun's specials. Once you get a taste, you work your hardest so that you don't ever have to drink it again. Take my word." "I'm sorry. I forgot to ask for your name." "It's Tamarmarn. I'm Jin Sergadop." Double quote the drinking game. "Give yick up." Old Gun stuttered. At this point, he was about ready to drop. "Not, Burke, a chance," Gascony retorted as she tried to keep herself from passing out. Both stubbornly reached for his flasher 61st shot glass. The surrounding crowds held their breath as they couldn't believe that this contest had gone on for so long. How much more could they take? As the glasses were raised, several spectators were beginning to believe that there would be no end. Then it happened. Thump! A collective gasp was heard as the two downed their drinks, then suddenly hit the table with their foreheads. Several members of the Fireheart and Nirvana crews rushed over to check on the unconscious rivals. Cardinsemmer checked on Folsom's pulse while Yukio the XGI did likewise with the Pirate Head supplier. "He's okay," Zemmer confirmed. "Although old Gun's going to be really grouchy when he comes to." He turned to one of his subordinates. "See if you can find Jin and get some wake-up juice. Miss Casco's alright too," Yukio said. "And you don't want to be around her when she wakes up with a hangover. She becomes almost impossible to work with until she sobers up." She then addressed Cardin. "So who won?" Cardin shrugged. "Don't know. It looked like they both hit the table at the same time." "A draw?" Looks that way. I got to hand it to her. Nobody ever managed to hold his own against old gun and his torpedo juice. And I never thought I'd see the day that someone could take as many shots of red fury as Miss Casco. Both men and women applauded as the two were gently laid down on stretchers to be taken to the nearest sick bay. The worldwide celebration continued on well into the late hours, and many of the participants refused to stop partying. A few people in particular didn't even know the meaning of the word enough. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, crackle, shre, bakon, yeah, baby. So Sektamar covered his ears as he watched his comrade and bomb maniacs at Finner continue to launch fireworks into the sky. The former arsonist had been shooting off rockets and various other explosives into the air for hours since the birthday party began. He had only paused for 10 minutes per volley in order to reload. "Corporal!" his superior shouted as he continued to fire off more of the colorful explosives. "Don't you think you should stop now?" Sid paused only to give the sergeant a puzzled look before launching another barrage. The brawler brigade second in command and muttered to himself, "Right. Just asking. Double quote. That's even prettier than the last batch of fireworks." Siloma remarked as she and Chief Engineer Willard Sona walked together to tour the sites. The head engineer of the Fireheart nodded as he gazed up at the colorful and loud light show. "Yep. That's really nice. Judging by the excessive amounts of fireworks being used, I'd say that was Boomer's work." "Boomer?" "Yep. That's the call sign of the Vandread pilot you saved from that exploding mech. He told me to lead you to this spot so you could get a good view of the sky. I guess this is his way of saying thank you." The younger engineer blushed a bit at the unexpected display of gratitude. Jusenkyo didn't know what to do. After being given one of the biggest shocks of his life, he and Ika had begun to quietly converse and find more in common with each other. Then his second-in-command made the mistake of drinking several cups from a bowl of punch that had been spiked with torpedo juice. Once again, the strong, Tarak, alcoholic beverage had caught Ika off guard. However, this was a watered-down version and it didn't make her pass out immediately. In fact, this drink didn't take effect until after 6 cups. As the captain of the Fireheart soon learned, his first officer was a terrible drunk. "Ooh. Looky at the pretty lights. Come on, Commander. We've only got a little more to go." Jensen was currently supporting her against his side as she staggered down the hallway of the Fireheart. "I don't wanna go," Ika slurred. "Wanna drink? I think you've had enough tonight. Want more good punch? Too good, I'd say." Looks like some joker spiked the punch with old gun special brew again. Tastes good. Oops. Ika tripped over her own feet and would have landed flat on her face if her superior hadn't caught her as she fell forward. Seeing that she was in no condition to stand, let alone walk, he immediately swept her off her feet and carried her the rest of the way toward her quarters. As he passed through the door, The Megele woman let off a giggle. Ooh, looky. I just got on my head. Huh? Dar said in confusion as he gently laid her down on the bunk. I'm a femme. Gonna have me a baby now. Say what? She then reached up and framed his face with her hands. She took on a loving expression and her eyes glistened. You know I really like yous. The feeling's mutual. I really like you so much. I wanna have your baby. What? Give me your baby. I wanna be a femme. Before he could react, Ika took the initiative in her drunken stupor, and pulled him down to kiss him fully on the mouth. Unlike the fire kiss, this one was one of fiery passion and intensity. Dar found himself unable to resist as his cognitive functions shut down and his primal instincts took over. He began to kiss her back with the same intensity. Well into the late hours, Slade yawned as he began to feel drowsy. After several hours of dancing, drinking, feasting and cavorting with his friends, he decided to call it a night. After bidding his mother a good evening and thanking her for the party, he decided to head back to his quarters on the Nirvana. It was at that time a certain blonde Tekkaman and former Dread pilot smiled as she watched him head out. Jura silently made her way toward one of the main hall's exits and immediately called on a personal communicator. Perfect. Are you there? The device beeped as the head engineer of the Nirvana replied. I'm here, Jura. The seductive space warrior nodded as she asked, did you finish that little project I asked you to do? Yeah. I got it done. Oh, I really don't know. It's alright. It will be my personal present for Slade. So it'll work. Pretty much. So are you going now? Yes. Sure out. After turning off her communicator, she quickly headed down a secret shortcut to Evans Haven's main hangar deck. Tonight was going to be the night that neither she nor Slade would ever forget. To continued author's notes, well, that takes care of this part, and now comes that would be telling. So I guess my readers will have to wait until the next chapter to see what happens next. One of the United States Navy's acrobatic team, currently using F/A-18 Hornets as their demonstrators. To Red Fury. This is Cascagni's special alcoholic drink that burns hotter than the strongest whiskey, and vodka, combined. 3. The futuristic version of the Dance Revolution game. An idea from irrevocably. Chapter 34 Songfic. Girls just wanna have fun. Girls just wanna have fun. A Tekkadread songfic disclaimer. Original lyrics sung by Cyndi Lauper and it has been altered slightly to fit the fanfic. No money is being made off of this. This is from Chapter 13 Part 2 of Tekkadread. The second stage juror took the center stage as she held up a microphone, then blew a kiss to the birthday boy, making him blush as a spotlight shone down on his table. We're all celebrating a special occasion for a very special person. The alliance between Megele and Tarak would never have taken place if it weren't for him. And as he said before, we should all enjoy ourselves tonight. Even though the men and women have been living together for some time now, there are still some things that either side do not about the other. Well, there is one thing that everyone should know about girls. In short, girls just wanna have fun. Jusenkyo, the huge speakers behind her started blaring out an upbeat techno tune as other members of the Nirvana crew came out to sing as a chorus line with the blonde Tekkaman Jura. I come home in the morning light. My mother says when you gonna live your life right. Oh mama dear, we're not the fortunate ones. And girls, they want to have fun. Ooh, oh, girls just want to have fun. Jura started to sway her hips in time with the music as the chorus line behind her did likewise in sync. Then she sang out the next lines. Jura, the phone rings in the middle of the night. My old HME yells, what you gonna do with your life? Oh ma, dear, you know you're still number one. But girls, they want to have fun. Oh, girls just want to have, that's all they really want, some fun. When the working day is done, girls they want to have fun. Oh, girls just want to have fun. Chorus line, girls, they wanna have fun, girls wanna have. There was an instrumental pause as Jura caught her breath, while the dance floor shook with men and women gyrating to the beat. The men actually showed some grace and coordination as they kept up with their female counterparts. Jura, some people take a beautiful girl and hide her away from the rest of the world. I wanna be the one who walks in the sun. Oh girls, they wanna have fun. Oh girls, they wanna have, that's all they really want, is some fun. When the working day is done, girls they want to have fun. Oh girls just want to have fun. Chorus line, girls, they wanna have fun, girls wanna have. Jura and the chorus line, they just wanna, girls just wanna have fun. Jura, when the working day is done, oh, when the working day is done, girls just wanna have fun. The chorus and Jura went on for a few more times before letting the music fade away. When all became silent, she smiled at Slade again and said, "Happy birthday, Slade. This is just one of the gifts that I want to give to you." End of Songfic * Chapter 35 * Songfic. Beat it a Tekkadread Songfic disclaimer. Beat it sung originally by Michael Jackson and no money is being made off this piece of fiction. This takes place after Songfic 4 of Tekkadread, the second stage, when Jura finally ended her song and the music faded away. There was a thunderous applause from both sides. She gave them a graceful bow, then gestured to Slade. "Happy birthday, Slade. This is just one of the gifts that I want to give to you." The former Sodom swallowed a bit at the hidden message, then smiled while shaking his head. He then got up and walked toward the stage. Taking up another microphone, he addressed her and the crowds. "Well, that was quite the present, Jura, and I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Now, I think that there are some things that needs to be known about the meme as well. And if there's one thing they'll all agree on is that they are strong in their hearts and minds, and if you don't agree, then you'd better beat it. Slade then took out a small computer data file and inserted it into the speaker system. As with Jura, the speakers began playing out hard, rock and roll music. Slade also pulled out a techno version of the electric guitar and started playing while attaching the microphone to it. Slade, they told you don't you ever come around here. Don't wanna see your face, you'd better disappear. The fire's in their eyes, and their words are really clear. So beat it. Just beat it. The women and men started to move in time to the new music. Several men decided to join Slade on the stage to be his chorus line. Though they didn't know the words, the Tekkaman smiled as he demonstrated some moves for them to follow. They copied his moves with surprising ease and precision. Slade, you better run. You better do what you can. Don't wanna see no blood. Don't be a macho man. You wanna be tough. Better do what you can. So beat it. But you wanna be bad. Just beat it. Chorus line. Beat it. Slade. Beat it. Chorus line. Beat it. Slade. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky and strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it. Chorus line. Beat it. Slade. Just beat it. Chorus line. Beat it. Slade. Just beat it. Chorus line. Beat it. Slade. Just beat it. Ooh. They're out to get you. Better leave while you can. Don't wanna be a boy, you wanna be a man. You wanna stay alive, better do what you can. So beat it. Just beat it. Chorus line, yeah. Slade, you have to show them that you're really not scared. You're playing with your life, this ain't no truth or dare. They'll kick you. Then they beat you, then they'll tell you it's fair, so beat it. But you wanna be bad, just beat it. Chorus line, beat it. Slade, beat it. Chorus line, beat it. Slade, no one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky and strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it. Chorus line, beat it. Slade, beat it. Chorus line, beat it. Slade, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky and strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, beat it, beat it. Just beat it, beat it, beat it. Slade then went into a wicked guitar solo and showed off the ancient dance step formerly known as the moonwalk. The music swelled in intensity and so did the dancers as the song reached its apex. Then the Tekkaman sang out the remaining lines with the chorus. Slade, beat it. Chorus line, beat it. Slade, beat it. Chorus line, beat it. Slade and the chorus line, beat it. No one wants to be defeated. Showing how funky and strong is your fight. It doesn't matter who's wrong or right. Just beat it, beat it, beat it. Just beat it, beat it, beat it. Like Jura's song, the music slowly faded away as the Tekkaman polished off the remaining chords. There was another thunderous applause as the men and women demanded for more. End of Songfic * Chapter 36 * Songfic. If I could turn back time, if I could turn back time. A Tekkadread Songfic disclaimer. If I Could Turn Back Time was originally sung by Cher. No money is being made off this work of fiction. Song lyrics. This takes place during Chapter 13 Part 2 of Tekkadread, the second stage. At that moment, a certain, blue-haired, former Dread pilot decided to sing out her feelings for him. Mia stood alone on the stage and fidgeted nervously for a few seconds before taking up the microphone. She addressed the crowds and especially Slade. I would like to first wish Slade a happy birthday today. I have to admit that when he first came aboard the Nirvana and became a part of the crew, I was like every other person from Megele. I didn't believe that men and women could work together. But despite all the arguments, the fights, and the harsh treatment that we had given to him and the other men, he still stuck with us. As I remember back to those times, I feel a bit ashamed of how I myself had treated him. And now, like we all are, I feel blessed and very fortunate that he's with us. This is my gift to you, Slade. It was my favorite song when I was growing up. We can't really dance to it, but I think we can still enjoy it all the same. Mia then signaled to the karaoke machine to play her selection as she began to sing. Soft music began to play, giving all dancers to sit down and relax. Mia, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back all the words that have hurt you and you'd stay. Her memories went back to the time of her first argument with Slade. Mia, I don't know why I did the things I did. I don't know why I said the things I said. Flashback to the scene where she got Slade demoted to the register. Mia, pride's like a knife. It can cut deep inside. Words are like weapons. They wound sometimes. I didn't really mean to hurt you. I didn't wanna see you go. I know I made you cry. But baby, at that moment, Jura and Dinah decided to join Mia on stage and become her support singers. Mia, Jura, Dinah, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back all the words that have hurt you and you'd stay. Mia, if I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you, then you'd love me, like you used to do. Jura, Dinah, if I could turn back time. Mia blinked back the tears as she sang the next verse. Mia, my world was shattered. I was torn apart like someone took a knife and drove it deep in my heart. Flashback to the time Slade was chased off the Nirvana, then brutally killed by Saber. Mia, when you walked out that door, I swore that I didn't care. Memories. But Slade refusing to fight alongside the women when the harvesters attacked later on. Mia, but I lost everything, darling. Then and there. Too strong to tell you I was sorry. Too proud to tell you I was wrong. I know that I was blind, but darling, Mia winced when she remembered that time in the asteroid field when she refused to combine her dread with Slade. Mia, Jura, Dinah, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back all the words that I've hurt you and you'd stay. If I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you, then you'd love me, like you used to do. Mia smiled deeply as she directed her voice at Slade alone. Mia, if I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, if I could turn back time. Baby, I didn't really mean to hurt you. I didn't wanna see you go. I know I made you cry. The music began to swell again as the trio sang together. Mia, Jura, kinda. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back all the words that I've heard you. If I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. Then you'd love me, love me, love me, like you used to do. The music then faded away as the three sang the same chorus again. Afterwards, the crowds let off an appreciative round of applause. End of songfic. Chapter 37 songfic. We're not gonna take it, we're not gonna take it. A Tekkadread songfic disclaimer. We're not gonna take it was sung by Twisted Sister, and I'm still not making any money from this. Lyrics have been altered slightly to fit the story. This songfic takes place during Chapter 13 Part 2 of Tekkadread, the second stage. Lyrics. At that point, Captain Jusenkyo decided to take the microphone as he was joined by several of his crew members on the raised platform. Near the back of the audience, his first officer and several of her crew from the Crimson Twilight gaped in amazement. They weren't actually going to. Jensen waved to the crowds and spoke. I must admit that the people from Megele and the Nivana certainly know how to have fun. Now I think it's time to show everyone that the Fireheart crew knows a thing or two about how to party. And here's a message from us to the Radam. We're all going to fight with everything we've got. And anything they throw at us, we're not gonna take it. The karaoke machine then started an up-tempo beat as Jensen and his crew sang out their defiance toward the enemy and emphasized the unity of the two genders. Jensen, oh, we're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it anymore. Cue the guitar and drums. Jensen, we've got the right to choose and there ain't no way we'll lose it. This is our life. This is our song. Ika could only stare in disbelief at her superior. He could actually sing. Jensen, we'll fight the powers that be, just don't pick our destiny, 'cause you don't know us, you don't belong. Chorus line. Oh, we're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it anymore. Jensen, oh, you're so condescending. Your goal is never ending. We don't want nothing, not a thing from you. The dancers of the floor increased their pace in time with the lyrics. Jensen, your life is so tried and jaded, boring and confiscated. If that's your best won't do. Chorus line and Jensen, oh, Jensen, we're right. Chorus line, yeah. Jensen, we're free. Chorus line, yeah. Jensen, we'll fight. Chorus line, yeah. Jensen, you'll see. Chorus line, oh, we're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it anymore. Chorus line and Jensen, we're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it anymore. Jensen, no way. Then to Slade's surprise, the Fireheart's captain picked up an electric guitar and started to do a guitar solo. Apparently, he was familiar with the instrument as well. Chorus line and Jensen, oh, Jensen, we're right. Chorus line, yeah. Jensen, we're free. Chorus line, yeah. Jensen, we'll fight. Chorus line, yeah. Jensen, you'll see. Then to everyone's surprise, A new set of voices joined up as several more singers came onto the stage. Ika and her crew. We're not gonna take it. No. We ain't gonna take it. No. We're not gonna take it anymore. Everyone on the stage. No. We're not gonna take it. No. We ain't gonna take it. No. We're not gonna take it anymore. Jensen, just you try and make us. Everyone on the stage. No, we're not gonna take it. Jensen, come on. Everyone on stage. No, we ain't gonna take it. Jensen, the Radam's worthless and weak. Everyone stage. No, we're not gonna take it anymore. Jensen, now drop and give me 20. Everyone on the stage. No, we're not gonna take it. Jensen, no, cringe pin. Everyone on stage. No, we ain't gonna take it. Jensen, you and your uniform. Everyone stage. No, we're not gonna take it anymore. The music then faded away as the song ended. There was an enormous roar of approval and applause as the Fireheart's crew, both male and female, took their bows. End of songfic. Chapter 38 Songfic. Hey Ranma. Hey Ranma. A Tekkadread songfic. Song lyrics takes place during Chapter 13 Part 2 of Tekkadread. The second stage disclaimer. Original song sung by Ashley Tisdale, later Tony Basil, changed from Hey Mickey to Hey Ranma to fit the story. I'm still not making any money from this. Ida smiled as she took to the stage and gestured to Slade, while adjusting to the crowds. As you may or may not know, Tekkaman Slade was once a really great person named Ranma Sodom. Whether he's Ranma or Slade, he's always been there for us. At times, he may drive some of us crazy, but that only means he cares about us, and we care about him. Hey Ranma. You are so fine, you blow my mind. At that point, a very upbeat and quirky tune started to play from the karaoke machine. Ida, oh Ranma, you are so fine, you are so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Ranma. Hey Ranma. Oh Ranma, you are so fine, you are so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Ranma. Hey Ranma. Oh Ranma, you are so fine, you are so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Ranma. Hey Ranma. The music starts to swell as Dinah started to dance in place while smiling. Dinah. Hey Ranma. You've been around all night and that's a little long. You think you got the right, but I think you got it wrong. Why can't you say goodnight, so you can take me home Ranma? The redhead then gestured to her Mr. Alien again while singing out the next verse. At this point, people started to dance on the floor. Dinah. 'Cause when you see you all, it always means you won't. You are giving me the chills baby. Please baby don't. Every night you still leave me all alone, Ranma. Jura and Mia could relate to the song, since they remembered all the times Slade had avoided them and left them wanting. They decided to join Ida on the stage as her chorus line. Ida, Jura, Mia, oh Ranma, what a pity you don't understand. You take me by the heart, when you take me by the hand. Oh Ranma, you're so pretty, can't you understand? It's guys like you Ranma. Oh what you do, Ranma, do Ranma, don't break my heart, Ranma. There was an accompanying sound of clapping from the audience as Dinah sung out the next verse. Dinah. Now when you take me by the hooks, everyone's gonna know. Every time you move, I let it little more show. There's something we can use, so don't say no, Ranma. Jura and Mia began moving in time with Taira. Taira, so come on and give it to me, any way you can. Any way you want to do it, I'll take it like a man. Oh please, baby please, don't leave me in a jam, Ranma. Taira, Jura, Mia, oh Ranma, what a pity you don't understand. You take me by the heart, when you take me by the hand. Oh Ranma, you're so pretty, can't you understand? It's guys like you, Ranma. Oh what you do, Ranma, do Ranma, don't break my heart, Ranma. Jura and Mia then repeated the chorus lines as they gyrated to the beat. Jura, Mia, oh Ranma, you're so fine, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Ranma, oh Ranma, you're so fine, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Ranma, oh Ranma, you're so fine, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey Ranma. The three girls then reprised the remaining chorus lines with a flourish as the music faded away. Taira, Jura, Mia, oh Ranma, what a pity you don't understand. You take me by the heart, when you take me by the hand. Oh Ranma, you're so pretty, can't you understand? It's guys like you, Ranma. Oh what you do, Ranma, do Ranma, don't break my heart, Ranma. When the music finally ended, the three took a boy while simultaneously blowing their intended a kiss. Slade could only blush and say to his mother, well, at least Dinah stopped calling me Mr. Alien. End of songfic.